Okay, so while they're logging in, why don't we just continue? We have a quorum. I'm calling this public meeting back into session. Gina, floor is yours.
Okay. So I would like to recognize and join me in congratulating the following individuals that we've also recognized during our.
I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. We're on section 3, the closing.
I apologize. Yep, closing. I recommend that minutes pertaining to collective bargaining letter from NEA Charahoe regarding negotiations remain sealed until such time as an agreement has been reached.
Craig, you're muted, but I see that you moved the motion and Linda Lyle has seconded it. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Any opposed? And please audibilize your opposition. Any abstentions or any recusals? I'm counting that as unanimous, and I see all of the committee members are now in, except Catherine. Thank you.
I recommend that minutes pertaining to the matter of security, including but not limited to the deployment of security personnel or devices, the approval of emergency operations plans remain sealed.
So moved.
Thank you. A motion by Craig, seconded. I saw Linda's hand go up. Any discussion on this? All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions or recusals? I count that as unanimous. Thank you.
I recommend that minutes relating to the privacy of students and their records, approval of the home instruction requests remain sealed.
So moved.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Again, I saw Linda's hand go up. Any discussion? Oh, thank you. Any, those in favor? Thanks. Any opposed? Any abstentions or recusals? Okay, I'm counting it as unanimous. Thank you. This brings us to the disclosure of executive session votes. Mr. Luzon.
Thank you, Chair. We had 21 votes in executive session. The first vote was approval of the emergency operation plans. It was 11 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions, 0 recusals. In favor, Abbott, Callahan, Chambers, Day, Grover, Johnson, Luzon, Lyall, Macruso, McAllister, and Stahl. The next 18 votes were identical in tally, and so I'm going to read them as one vote just for the sake of reading them. They all were home instruction requests, and there was 11 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions, and 0 recusals on each one. In favor, Abbott, Callahan, Chambers, Day, Grover, Johnson, Luzon, Lyall, Macruso, McAllister, and Stahl. The 20th vote was approval of executive session minutes of August 18th, 2020, approval and rescinding of home instruction requests. 11 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions, 0 recusals. In favor, Abbott, Callahan, Chambers, Day, Grover, Johnson, Luzon, Lyall, Macruso, McAllister, and Stahl. And the last vote was concerning coming out, returning to visit all you folks. And it was 11 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions, 0 recusals. In favor, Abbott, Callahan, Chambers, Day, Grover, Johnson, Luzon, Lyall, Macruso, McAllister, and Stahl. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. This brings us to section 4, disclosure of the executive session. Oh, I'm sorry, section 5, recognition.
Okay, so please join me in congratulating the following individuals who we also celebrated during convocation. Jody Flynn is Charahoe's 2020 Education Support Professional of the Year. Martha Dion is Charahoe's 2020 Educator of the Year. And we also had several nominees for these awards for our distinguished educators and our distinguished support professionals. Susan Allen, Danielle Bruneau, Melissa Carrier, David Kennedy, Diane McKean, Donna Sunderland, Lori Vaness, and Marilyn DeWare.
Thank you. This brings us to public forum. Public forum is an opportunity for any member of the public or committee that wishes to make a statement that is not related to a published agenda item. So I see Robin Woodmansey. And how do we unmute her?
So Sean Cole is now the host. So I think Sean, once you say the name, he just searches and unmutes.
Okay.
So I think we can, let's see, use Robert. So yeah, there she goes.
Robin? You're still muted. You might have to also unmute yourself.
Right, right. Yeah.
There you
Okay, I think I'm there now. It kept on showing like the host would like to unmute you, and I clicked unmute, but I don't know. I sent in an email to the council, and I was just wondering if that was going to be included in today's information, or if there was any update on that.
I'm sorry, I don't recall the email.
Okay. Did anyone else see my email? Anyone else see it? No?
Hello.
Okay, some people have. Okay. Sorry about that. I just
So
didn't
this-
know if
I'm
that was
sorry,
going to
this
be.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, because you know, Pooley is your address. This is the number of masks and cleaning and that kind of equipment
Yeah,
question.
Just
right?
kind of looking for information and, you know, the status of that. It's been a lot of questions
Yep.
that a lot of parents have asked, so I just wanted to put it out there. Will that be discussed today, or?
I believe it's been published as part of the packet, and we can talk to it at the that section in the agenda.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. That was all I had.
You're welcome. Anyone else? If so, you know, in terms of if there's a desire to engage, we have installed some additional security features. So if you go to the bottom of your screen, there's a participants icon. If you click on that, a list will appear on your right-hand side. And at the bottom of the list, there should be an option to raise your hand, and then that will pop you to the front of the list, and I'll be able to see you there. So just utilize that as needed. Okay, without any more hands coming up, I am closing public forum, and I'm moving us to policy.
So our student and staff attendance policy, COVID-19, this is the first reading. I recommend approval of the first reading of the student and staff attendance policy for implementation during COVID-19. The adoption of this policy will be on the September 22nd, 2020 agenda. This was instead of revising our entire policy that was specific to addressing the pandemic.
So moved.
Thank you. Motion made by Craig, seconded by Linda Lyle. This is for approval of the student and staff attendance policy related to COVID-19. This is open for discussion. I see David Stahl. Can't hear you, David.
And all the school committee members are co-hosts, so anyone can unmute.
It took some extra on steps. When I tried to unmute, it said the host is not allowing people to unmute themselves. And it took several times to get permission, just so you guys know how that's working
Oh, boy.
or not. But on the third or fourth time, it worked. So on the attendance policy, I guess what I was looking for, hoping to see in this was an actual change to number of absences or nothing in terms of number of absences before we started engaging in, normal processes or protocols with truancy officer, et cetera, et cetera. So in other words, for me, this policy says there's actually no change to what's excused or not excused or to anything related to the numbers of excused. I understood what it said. I understand what it's trying to do. But for me, looking at this as a parent, it says if my kid is too sick to be in school, then ideally, if they're at home, they will take advantage of the virtual option if they're well enough. But it still doesn't answer any of the questions for that our current policy has about what does well enough mean? Is that with or without a doctor's note or a doctor's update? Some of these are going to be prolonged cases. So it doesn't answer any of the questions for me as a parent of, okay, what if they're not well enough to participate virtually, or who decides, or if they haven't been participating virtually and there's a difficulty in that, whether that's technology or making the adjustment. There's so many questions in there that this didn't answer for me. It doesn't say that the excused or non-excused absences have changed, or how they've changed, or who determines that along the way. It doesn't say anything about the number of absences before there's discipline or potential for not advancing in a grade. Doesn't answer any of those for me. I understand the sentiment, which is, if your child's already virtual and they're sick, hopefully they can still do virtual. If they're in school and they're sick, hopefully they're well enough to do virtual at home. It doesn't say anything to me specifically about what if they're not, or how do we make those determinations, or there's no numbers in it. So for me, objectively, it doesn't tell me anything. For that reason, I'd vote no for the policy as it sits.
Yeah, and today's a review, so we're happy to get feedback because it's not for an approval for the final policy.
Right. So, perfect. So to that end, the feedback on that is, I think you heard it. I think Dave articulated his position. So, Donna Chambers, and then Tom Purdy as well.
Okay, I am a co-host apparently, so I can't raise my hand. I just wanted you to know that, okay? But I have a question. And I probably should know this, but if a staff member, a teacher, or whoever has to be out for an extended period of time, do they use their sick leave, or and did we get PPP to cover their salaries during that time?
So the first question, Donna, you asked was for the Family First Act, the CARES Act allows any employee to get the 10 days without having to use their own time. So no one for 10 days has to use their own time. And that's until December 31st, 2020. And your second question is it about PPE, you said?
No. Yes. No, PPP. Do we get the payment? Have we gotten money to pay the salaries of these people if they extend beyond the 10 days? Gina, I don't have to tell you that a quarantine could go beyond 10 days and they could eat up.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so
it can.
Certainly can. And these staff members can eat up their sick time very quickly. And I'm just wondering, is there protection from them if they have to quarantine or self-quarantine or isolate? Yeah.
So Ned, do you want to jump in about the payment? And then I'll. Actually, Ned's a co-host.
He's a co-host too.
Donna, and you were able to unmute yourself?
I did. I'll mute myself again.
So Ned was not a co-host.
There we go.
There it is.
Yeah, it took a lot of tries. Yeah, I'm not aware of any application for us for the Paycheck Protection Program. To my knowledge, it was not available to government entities. I believe that was extended to private and nonprofit, but I don't believe government was included. The 10 days, once that concludes, I believe then it would move into the Family and Medical Leave Act once their sick time is exhausted. But both of those things would have to be exhausted before family medical leave.
Okay, so there is some protection for them beyond the 10 days.
Yeah, they'd have their own sick time.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, good. All right,
That's
thank
my understanding anyway at this time.
Okay, good.
Thanks. Craig was on.
So Ned, maybe you can answer this too. I know within the state system, I'm a state employee, but within the state system, for those 10 days, you only get, the state only gets reimbursed 66%. So they're only going to give you 66% of your pay. You can discharge, state system, we have personal vacation, comp time, or sick time. We can discharge that time to compensate to get up to full pay. Is it the same with Charahoe, or I assume all school districts in the state?
I'm gonna have to find out about that. I'm not sure on that answer right now.
Thank you. Tom Fermi.
Yeah, thank you. It just took me a second there. Donnie, you kind of stole my thunder there, and I appreciate your concern about our staff and folks here. Certainly, I think I sent an email out this morning to Ryan, Gina, and John Anderson about an MOA that we could possibly come up with. There's been MOAs throughout the state with other locals where there would certainly be protection both for the district and, our membership that I think would be beneficial for both parties to sign off on.
Thanks, Tom. Any further discussion on the first reading? All right, then I am going to move this to vote. The motion is to approve the first reading. This is not the final draft. This is to take feedback and come back to us with the final draft. So we have a motion and a second to approve the first reading. Those in favor of approval? All right, thank you. Opposed? See, David, is anyone else opposed? Is anyone abstaining or recusing? No. Thank you. All right, so we had 10 in favor and 1 opposed.
So the next one is the policy for face masks and face coverings for COVID-19. It is the first reading. I recommend approval of the first reading of the policy for face masks and face coverings for implementation during COVID-19. Adoption of this policy will be on the September 22nd, 2020 agenda. And we have had communication and collaboration with Dr. Manlove, as well as our nurses and our faculty and staff and administrators.
So moved.
Thank you. Motion by Craig, seconded by Linda Lyle. This is open for discussion. Sheila Grover.
Should there be any amount for each, since we had that question about how much PPE do we have, would it be wise to have like a certain minimum amount per school building, or do we just need to say, look, if a kid doesn't have one, we have one to give them, and that's enough? But that's the one thing that everything looks fine to me, but that's the one thing I would add is be possibly a listing of what type of PPE each school should have, as not just masks, face shields, whatever it might be, if it's not already in there. I think that, we talk about what the different types are, but I didn't see any listing of like how much of each thing needs to be there.
So with the state, this was more to ensure that people were wearing them. So our reopening plan says that we're responsible to make sure that anyone who does not have a mask is given a mask. That's whether they're getting on the bus or in the school. That's part of our responsibility on reopening plan. This was more to ensure in case, there was someone who may say, well, I understand the governor wants me to wear it, but I don't want to. This is less about, what we want and more about public safety for our teachers and staff and students. So this was to ensure the protection of that we could say, yes, we require masks in the classroom as a district. Okay. But the PPE is part of our reopening plan and a requirement for the state to have a mask for every child who needs one, breaks one, every staff. So we're in a good place with all the masks and the PPE.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I have Craig, Lisa, and then Vin.
So Gina, we're in a good place. So you're saying we have plenty in stock, but is stock going to be easy to get come November?
Well, my understanding is with the education operation teams that the governor and RIDE have put together, that if for some reason we start to run short as we move on, that they would be supporting the schools to ensure. I mean, our job is the procurement, but if we were struggling, that they would provide support.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lisa Macruso.
Gina, under the pre-K through 12 provisions, I think it's about the 5th bullet down, who will determine, who will review the medical documentation for those students requesting an exemption to mask wearing?
So typically it's done with Dr. Manlove as a support, as our district physician with the school nurse, and then usually Jen Durkin's involved in that as well. Because oftentimes it's our high need population.
And so that process will be available to students who are not within that high need population? So students that are not already with existing IEPs or 504 plans, they too will be able to have to be medically evaluated.
They would,
and that,
they would have a doctor, they would get a note from their physician.
okay.
And that would be reviewed with the nurse and Dr. Manlove if there was any concerns, but that's the same thing. And you're just required to have a note from your doctor.
Okay, and my second question is about athletics. There's nothing in here specifying what our students are required to do after school. That, as we now know, athletics will be running this fall. We need some language here, or we need a separate sports policy.
I can. That's actually a good point. Mike Shields reached out to me today. There's some guidance that we just got before this was put in the packet this week, as you know. So I'll talk to Mike and see if we think maybe it's better to add or do separate athletics. But that was a good point.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Bill Day.
I'm looking at this policy and I'm a little concerned that I don't think there's a clear distinction between the N95 exhalation masks. I'm not saying the right word, but I've seen them out in public, and they're not approved for use where they have the exhalation valves on them. So how do we deal with that if someone insists they're going to wear one of those masks because they're not approved for what we're trying to accomplish here?
Yeah, we could add that. That's an easy add, Bill, because we had said the CDC recommendations, which that's not the recommendation, but we can put something, the examples of what the CDC does not recommend.
And also the other thing that's been going around now is people that insist they just want to wear a face shield, which is something that isn't conducive to what we're trying to accomplish here either.
No, and we can add that. And RIDE's guidance clearly says that you can't have just the face shield. It would need to be the mask with the face shield.
Thanks, Phil. Vin Lefkowitz.
Yeah, I have a clarifying question. Considering this is the first reading, what is the first week of school going to look like when, you know, the expectation is that everyone will be in masks? So if this is not an official policy, what's the district going to do if we have some students, as Mr. Day pointed out, you know, come in and say, I just need to wear a face shield, or I can just do this, or I can just do that? What's going to be done to ensure the safety?
So the governor's order extends till October. So so that exists now. So we're making sure this exists beyond the October executive order date. She may extend it again, Finn, but just in case, we wanted to ensure that we were clear on the protocol. So we have the executive order still in hand by the governor that goes till October.
So just to clarify, students will know that on the first day that they report to a building, these are the types of masks that are going to be allowed. And if they choose not to wear that type, then something will be done.
Yeah, I think that what they've said is that we would make sure that, like as part of that school checklist, like messaging after tonight's meeting for tomorrow to parents finalizing reopening and the expectations of what you should have. And I know the principals have been doing a great job sort of saying those things, but yes, Dr. Manloves actually is working on a letter for us too as well, not just around this, but also around like the symptoms and, you know, how to handle that when they go home. If, you know, if they have already know how do they come back, so we can clarify that for families.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ben. Any further discussion on this topic? Any committee members? So speak up. I don't see all hands all the time. If not, I am moving this to the table for vote. We have a motion and a second to approve the first reading of the policy for masks, face masks, and face coverings. Those in favor? Thank you. Are there any opposed? I hear none. Are there any abstentions or recusals? All right, I see or hear none, so I'm counting that as unanimous. Thank you all. Brings us to letter C.
So letter C is the certified staff substitute rate of pay during COVID-19. This is the first reading. I recommend approval of this policy. The certified staff substitute rate of pay during COVID-19. As adoption of this policy will not occur until after school starts, I recommend that we pay any substitute teachers this rate beginning the September 23rd. So it wouldn't start till after the policy was actually officially approved by the committee. Donna sent a follow-up email to the committee to clarify the language in that policy that needed to be revised.
So moved.
Thank you. Motion made by Craig, seconded by Linda Lyle. This is open for discussion. Donna Siskevich, I see your hand up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is not retroactive. This will be effective after the policy is approved. Okay, so it would be effective September 23rd. And Kristen will let all know that. Thank you.
Okay, between that, thank you. So between now and the 23rd, it will fall under our previous pay policy. George Abbott.
Could you elaborate as to whether or not this can be sustained within our current budget?
Good question, George. So Ned and I reviewed this with the impact. So we, it would be about $140,000, $140 a day at $125,000 impact. We cut a position 0.6, which would bring it down to about 75,000. So the need to improve is one, as you know, every community is fighting to get substitutes and staff. As you know, staff could be quarantined for a long amount of time. They don't have to be out or sick or on a medical leave, but as we increase our staff need, in order to keep ourselves in a place for consistency and full reopen to be able to get there, we believe the security of the staff is probably the best money that we could spend around this.
So it'd be
Craig. Sorry, George, can you repeat that?
So it'd be limited to the second figure that you gave?
Right now, it would be the $75,000 impact, but we are looking to ensure that we're really being very mindful of which positions we need, don't need, can live without, and really try to sort of tighten the budget.
So it won't be necessary to do a supplemental budget?
Ned, not at this time, but I'll let Ned jump in.
I sure hope not. Well, I mean, as far as moving funds within labor, we can do anyway, because we would have to do that because of the vacancies.
Yeah.
So at this time, I don't foresee that.
But there's still a $75,000 shortfall. Will you be able to make that up too?
Well, it would be within the labor category, so we'd be able to move money between labor categories.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Craig Luzon and then Sheila Grover.
Yeah, the previous couple of years, this has been on our agendas before, and I think it was pretty tough to get it to $95 or $90. I don't exactly remember what it was, but all of a sudden we're really jumping up. We're jumping up to 140. I understand the lack of getting substitutes. My only concern is our budget, and second of all, any federal funding to offset some of that?
We can put the teacher vacancies and teacher substitutes on our list. It's part of our need because, as you know, the increase because we have high risk staff members who can't return. And Chris's Merit's doing a great job working with the administration. The unions have been really supportive and trying to figure out very creative ways that we can keep staff working when possible. But we all recognize that as schools open, not having a backup could definitely close us quickly.
And my last question is in reference to it does state substitute rate of pay during COVID-19. So hypothetically, March 5th, the federal government, the CDC says the pandemic's over, no more COVID-19. Does this policy end right then and there, or what goes on in the future? Do we go back to what we were?
Well, this is to be able to get us increase our staffing pool now, and that would be something that the committee can decide. We can revise or change in the plan based on the committee's purview with me.
All right, thank you very much.
And Ned, you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I can also add to Craig's question about the federal. We can look into including that in our COVID relief fund, but those monies, they're federal monies, but they conclude as of December 31st. So we can see what we can move of that cost into there. Let's see what we have left.
Thanks, Ned. Sheila.
I just wanted to, I received an email from someone that is a TA, was talking about the TA positions, which generally those, if someone calls in sick as a TA, you don't replace them, right?
It depends. It depends on the nature of the position. They could have a substitute that they, for example, in a support professional where like the BMAs would maybe depending. Just because I think a lot of things have changed because of COVID, we're relying on the TAs in many different ways, and it might make that a little bit harder for them to cover each other as they normally would. I just wanted to kind of, since we're talking about substitutes and substitutions, if that, as long as we should be considering covering TAs, if it's going to leave us at any point. Yeah, it's a little bit different because we have some circumstances where, and our goal is to try to keep as many people employed as possible, but the need changes based on the number of distance learning students. For example, if the TA is a one-on-one and that student's not coming into school, it looks different. So we'll do the best that we can, but it's definitely, it depends, right? It's not a yes or a no. It's not a blanket statement. So if you have someone who's like covering buses in the morning and then moving kids around during the day and is basically hopscotching all over the school, you're going to replace that person. Yeah, right. It depends. There's others who, might not be, but we're doing our best to ensure we try to provide work for anyone who could still do it. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Tom Perney.
So I just want to be clear, we're going from $95 to $140 a day at that rate?
That was the ask, Tom, yes.
Okay, and okay, I just have some concerns about that because we have, full-time teaching assistants who maybe don't even, make 2/3 of that, and I feel like we're jumping the gun a little bit. I understand you're trying to fully staff the building and be competitive, and I appreciate that. But at the same time, that's a huge jump. That's a huge percentage of what you try to, incentivize these folks.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I see Linda McAllister, but maybe Gina and Ned, some background on the landing at that dollar or that price point.
So basically, it was looking at the rates across the South County district where we would pull from our substitutes to try to provide a better incentive than the other districts. I've already received calls from every superintendent in South County asking if we can give staff. We're in a better predicament than most due to the number of leaves, but then it's still early and we don't know what can happen as once school opens and people ask to quarantine or things take place. So we're trying to put ourselves in a predicament where we don't provide inconsistency to students and families, because without the staff, we were very close at middle school to not be able to open based on the number of medical leave and LOA requests. So we had a meeting, myself, Jane, Kristen, the admins, to really think through ways we could be creative, but there's only so many ways you can be creative without people. So what we're trying to do is secure our incentive to have our substitutes land in Charahoe as opposed to our neighboring communities.
Understood.
And again, the amount, and I can share that with the rest of the committee. I don't have it to my fingertips, but what the other districts are paying.
Okay. Linda McAllister.
What does a substitute pool look like now? And if they're coming in from someplace else, how are we going to monitor that in our classrooms if we're trying to keep kids in pods and having other people come in? Start with how big is the pool now?
So the pool was getting smaller because a lot of people, as they the bumps came up, the bumps came down. So Kristen had a meeting, and we had about 40, but that's not a guaranteed 40. That's people interested in possibly subbing. They're obviously, everyone's looking around, trying to find certified subs is really the big picture to ensure that we have our students who need the certified substitutes available. But in essence, Kristen definitely put up the alert that she was concerned about the number of people who are backing out of positions that we thought we had. So some of the principals have been calling and saying, personally, we'd love to have you back, try to make those personal touches, and that's worked with a few. Kristen's holding more meetings this week around substitute pools to try to increase that. Our goal is to try to, like I said, get that pool stable so we're not trying to figure out what to do when school opens and people are absent or have to extend time. And for the pods, Linda, basically the conversation with the Department of Health is the continuing way to really be deliberate and engineer the space for adults that see, more than one group of students, which is mask wearing, 6 feet of distancing, and try to move through the area so you're not next to one person or next to a specific pod longer than 15 minutes is the guidance.
And one more, thank you. And one more question. Other years, what does the pool look like? How many substitutes do we have in that pool usually?
I can double check with Kristen. I'm not sure of that number unless Jane knows. I know Kristen said it was very difficult last year to find, like we're having a hard time filling vacancies for math and science at the high school level, let alone subs. So what we're trying to do is fix the problem the best we know how before it gets worse.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Chambers.
Remind me if we put in the substitutes for the building, if we have substitutes per building that are guaranteed to come 5 days a week, okay? And if yes, if we offer them to be on salary so they get holidays and everything else, that might be more incentive than just paying a higher rate. Anyway, Jane, yeah, did you want to answer that?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I can answer it for last spring, because that was work that we did with the committee, that we did put in building subs, except we could never get one for CALA. But that doesn't mean they get benefits and such. It just meant that after so many days, they'd get the higher rate. I think it was 4 days a week, so that, because otherwise we would have had to provide benefits.
Okay, so if it is 5 days a week and providing benefits, that's a Ned question. That might be better than just offering across the board subs for everybody for raising the hourly rate. Anyway, I'm thinking that it might be a better way to go to have every building have their own subs.
So, so I can approach that in a couple different ways. One, directly from a budget standpoint, it would be more expensive.
Okay.
That's something we'd have to keep an eye on. Two, as a recent experience, the superintendent and I can add to, we don't know what's going to happen. So you could have somebody who's on salary or in a sub position that gets hit with a requirement to quarantine. They may not even be ill. The more people we have on benefited positions in this situation we're currently in, the more opportunities we have to be locked into a requirement to meet those benefits. It could get very expensive very quick for people who, through no fault of their own, may not be productive. They may not be able to come into work.
So, okay, but follow-up question, please. So when a substitute who's a permanent sub, let's say, has to quarantine, they can still cover the class from their home while they're quarantining, correct?
It would depend on the class and it would depend on the expectations. So I know right now we're working with a lot of our certified staff to figure out exactly those kinds of issues so that they can teach remotely. But, you know, it requires some structuring to make that happen.
Exactly, exactly. Thank you. Anyway. Yeah.
Thanks, Anna. I see Chris Calderon has his hand up.
Hi, I was wondering what the rate of pay for substitute TAs would be, because I believe it's also tied into what the certified staff makes.
Ned, do you know that? I'd have to find that out.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So since you're increasing the rate of pay for the support for the certified staff, my belief is that the rate of pay for support staff subs is tied into that as well. So would you be raising that as well?
I'd have to take a look at the.
I'm sorry, I didn't think that was the question. I thought it was
the
then
contract.
how much it was.
Chris, I'd have to take a look to see if there's any parity between the policies to make sure of that.
Okay, all right. Will you be increasing it then? Would that be the committee's idea, since we're raising certified staff subs?
I'd have to take a look at the language.
It wasn't
Okay,
part of
thank
my
you.
proposal, Chris. In all honesty, right now it was the focus is the need I have for certified staff, based on this proposal.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Okay, any further comments or questions? George Abbott?
Yes, I'll be abstaining. There are too many known unknowns for me to vote affirmative.
Okay, understood. Any further questions or comments? If not, I'm going to move this to the committee. We have a motion and a second for the approval of the first reading. Again, this is a first reading of certified staff substitute rate of pay during COVID-19. Those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Abstaining? I see David and George. Thank you. Recusals? Okay, so I count that 9 in favor with 2 abstentions, David and George. Any committee members, if I got that wrong, please let me know. Okay, this brings us to policy letter D.
So our Title IX non-discrimination, anti-harassment policy and grievance procedure, it's the first reading. It comes from the presentation you received last month from John, which was also received by the administration. I recommend approval of the first reading of this policy, which was drafted by legal counsel.
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion by Craig and second by Linda Lyle to approve the first reading of this policy. It is now open for discussion. Donna Chambers.
Okay, well, I'm going to jump to page 3. And my question is emergency removal of students. Is the perpetrator also, are we able to remove the perpetrator as opposed to just the person we're protecting from the harassment or whatever the problem is, the threat? It's halfway down the page, emergency removal of students. And it seems that the only student that can be removed is the one who is being victimized, not the person that is causing the problem.
I will ask John.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Okay, to clarify that language. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna. Bill, Dave, and then Linda Lyle.
The way I read that, this is emergency to get the student out of harm's way or potential harm's way. Is not a punishment, it's a safety measure. That's the way I read it.
But as a safety measure, Bill, we also may have to remove the person that's doing the problem if they're threatening. Yeah.
So we're thinking it.
Okay.
Thanks. Linda Lyle.
I guess on page 5, Gina, the student sanctions, employee sanctions, it seems like for the employee, we do require counseling. Maybe that's embedded in the student code of conduct, but why wouldn't there be counseling for the students also?
No, there is. So we can make it clear. We can go through.
Okay. Okay. I would think so, but I just figured it's not as clear. And then I have another question, and maybe I looked at it twice. Maybe I just missed it. Is this policy similar to the requirement of any personnel, if they're aware of any sexual or any kind of harassment going on, are they required to report it? And I guess maybe I didn't read it. I didn't see that as strong language anywhere, but almost like similarly to, like, you know, if a student's being abused or they know of abuse. I'm wondering.
Yes, they are required. So what we can do is double check to make sure that it's clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Craig Luzon.
On page 4, under dismissal of formal complaint, the second bullet on the first formal complaint shall be dismissed. The alleged sexual harassment did not occur in Charahoe's education program or activity, or hypothetical, if a teacher lives within the district and a student A is a neighbor and there's something there, but he's still an employee and she's still a student, but because it's out of Charahoe's educational program or activity, it doesn't count, or that becomes a town problem?
Well, if they're an employee, they're always an employee, but I'll let Jane, do you have a clarification? But my understanding is if it's an employee, they still are held to our ethics and guidance around behavior with students.
It's very specific. It says the alleged sexual harassment did not occur in Charahoe's education program or activity.
think that particular case, you know, honestly, Craig, we would have to consult with John Anderson, but if something like that occurred with the particulars to get his advice. Because that depends, there's a lot of if, I think, in that. If this happened, if that happened.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Further discussion? No? Okay, I'm moving this to the committee for vote. We have a motion and a second for the approval of the first reading of Title IX Non-Discrimination, Anti-Harassment Policy and Grievance Procedure. Those in favor of the first reading? Thank you. Are there any opposed? Any abstentions or recusals? Okay, I'm counting that as unanimous then. Thank you. This brings us to business.
Okay, this is the agreement between Charahoe Regional School District Committee and the Brennan Recupero Cascione Scungio McAllister law firm. I recommend approval of the agreement between Charahoe Regional School District Committee and Brennan Recupero Cascione Scungio McAllister LLP from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. John Anderson will be in attendance to answer any questions. I think John's hopping on.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Thanks, Sheila. We have a motion and a second for the approval of the agreement between Charahoe Regional School District and John Anderson's law firm. This is open for discussion. I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, I am closing discussion, moving this to the committee to vote. Those in favor of approval?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? Any recusals? Oh, no, thank you. I'm counting that as unanimous, and I do want to extend the committee's thanks to John for his service.
Our next item is the assignment of the Richmond School Improvement Team. When Murat left his position, there was now a vacancy on the Richmond School Improvement Team as a result of his resignation.
Sheila.
I don't know how, someone's going to have to help me out. I don't know how to proceed with that, but I'd be happy to be.
Chair.
Chair, yeah, I was gonna.
Linda's gonna help me out. Thank you, Linda.
Chair, I'd like to nominate Sheila Grover.
Linda.
Chair, I'd like to nominate Sheila Grover to the Richmond School Improvement Team.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Linda Lyle, seconded by Craig Luzon, to appoint Sheila Grover to Richmond School Improvement Team. This is open for discussion. I see none. Those in favor of the approval?
Aye.
Thank you. Any abstentions? Said Sheila. Perfect. I count no opposition or recusal, so I'm counting that 10-1. Thank you.
Chair, just one comment.
Mm-hmm.
We jumped on this real quick. Normally we wait anywhere from 8 to 10 meetings to fill a vacancy. It's just nice seeing something done so fast.
I'm here to
Thanks,
help.
Greg. Awesome. Okay, this brings us to letter C.
So I recommend, this is for the 2021 school committee meeting schedule. I recommend approval of the 2021 school committee meeting schedule, which includes budget workshops.
So moved.
Thank you. Motion made by Craig, seconded by Linda Lyle to approve the 2021 school committee meeting schedule. This is open for discussion. Just a general comment on that. I do want to thank the administration for reviewing the town's town meetings and doing their best to minimize any conflicts. It looks like we have a very strong conflict-free proposal. So thank you for that. I know that a couple folks in Richmond had asked for that. Any other comments, Bill Day?
I'm noticing here that Bill Day referendum, we're not having a meeting that night. Normally, in the years past, we've had a meeting that night. Just wondering the reason why we're not holding a meeting on the night of whether our budget's passed or not. Because we won't be meeting for 2 weeks or for a good week or so after that. And only one meeting in April.
Bill, that conflicts with Richmond Town Council meeting, so we avoided conflicting with them. There are a couple meetings, budget workshops that do conflict, but all of the school committee meetings, I avoided their meeting nights per their request.
Why? Because they're going to start showing up to our meetings now?
I'm expecting 100% attendance at our meetings. Any further comments or questions? No. Thank you. I'm going to close discussion then and move this to the committee vote. We have a motion and a second to approve the 2021 school committee meeting schedule. Those in favor of the schedule?
Aye.
Thank you. Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? Recusals? I don't know what it would be on that. Thank you. I'm counting that as unanimous. This brings us to letter D.
So this is the 2020-2021 school calendar. There was conversation at our last meeting regarding the 2 religious holidays and whether or not the committee would like to approve. They asked me to go back to see if there was any impact. My understanding from everyone that I spoke to that the only impact would be 2 additional days in June and ending the 25th as opposed to the 23rd. That would be the only difference. So that's the committee's review. I know, Lisa, you had mentioned.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Right. So this was on the agenda for Lisa. Lisa, do you have a comment?
Sure. Let me kind of set the framework for the conversation that I was hoping would happen today. Donna Siskevich did a very nice job capturing our last discussion in the minutes, but there may be people on the call that didn't have the opportunity to review those. So as a recap, the state has, as part of the state school calendar, had suggested, authorized, encouraged, whatever synonym you want to use, 4 holidays. One is Yom Kippur, one is Eid al-Fitr, one is Good Friday, and of course Columbus Day, right, a Rhode Island standing holiday. Of those holidays, at our last meeting, 2 were on our calendar, named as is within the state calendar, Columbus Day and Good Friday, a religious holiday, and we had omitted Eid and Yom Kippur. So as part of our new direction to start to thoughtfully review all of our policies, practices, and curriculum through a lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion, although we have a task force that will target that information, we as a committee can do that work too, right? All the time, every opportunity that we get. I had invited everybody into a conversation to kind of dive into that a little deeper. The result of that was an agreement that we would at the very least, have the superintendent go back, look at any particular impact that could have on our school year, making that change rapidly, right? Rather than doing it in an upcoming year. And if there were any negative impacts on our teachers, our unions, or our students, she would present those today. And if not, then we could move forward having a conversation about having a more inclusive calendar. Other highlights from our discussion at the last meeting were about, well, how many holidays do you include? Should we just rename, just take out everything, rechange names, call everything a holiday and not give weight to Good Friday, but not to Eid, et cetera, et cetera. Before we could go forward on that conversation, the school committee very thoughtfully, in conjunction with the union, just wanted to pause to make sure that there was again, not going to have an impact on the kids' education this year. And if it was not something that we should put off and let the task force maybe address first before we start making changes. So that's why it's before us today. I'm going to continue to encourage us to just lean into the conversation. If no changes are made, it's still good practice for us to start thinking this way, having these conversations and thinking more deeply about all of the words that are on all of the papers that we circulate, and that all of that has power and weight and influence, whether we recognize it or not. So when we have Columbus Day and Good Friday listed, but we don't have other things listed, it still does have an impact on our overall inclusivity in our town. So that's my opening, and I hope we can just, Gina, maybe you could maybe pick up from there and then kind of reiterate what you learned, and we'll move into discussion.
So what we learned from our professional development, I'll start there. We had, on Convocation Day, we did have our first anti-racism diversity talks conversation with all employees from Charahoe, which was, everyone attended, and it was not an easy conversation, but people really took the time to be thoughtful, listen, and ask questions, and really, like Lisa said, lean in to a dialogue that was uncomfortable at some points. And like Lisa, there was definitely suggestions around, like, do you just say it's a no school day? Do we have any way, do we avoid the fact that any one religion or one day has more meaning over another? Because like Lisa said, there's power within that. So I think it's definitely something, the biggest thing when speaking with legal counsel is, do we have the staff to open and, you know, letting our families know the days that we're not. So really that's the purpose of the calendar, right? It's not to celebrate. For years, those of you that are old enough like me, remember when Christmas recess was removed for winter recess and things like that. So there were things that had started to happen. But in essence, I think we could move in a direction where it is simply a no school day.
Thank you, Gina. Question on why we keep Good Friday.
So I think John had a little bit of conversation with all of you then. I know Cranston and Pawtucket were two districts that removed it from their calendar, and there was not enough staff to keep the day open. So they had to cancel school because they could not get the staff in the building. So again, a lot of school districts, because oftentimes too it falls within the holiday, and actually as a Catholic, it's not really Good Friday that's as religious as Holy Thursday. So it's always interesting to me about how people select days or what that looks like. But like to Lisa's point, I think there could be, especially in our direction as a district, us thinking about the calendar as simply that, you know, when we come to school and when we don't.
Understood. Are you anticipating then that removal of the Good Friday holiday from Charahoe would cause us similar problems as in other districts?
I would have to double check with Kristen and see, you know, the number, because we would like, example, Charahoe has a policy for staff who are Jewish and need to take Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, or any student, they would not get, you know, counted as attendance. But I would have to double check with Kristen. But my thinking is it would be like Christmas, right? Who's going to show up on Christmas Day kind of thing. And which is why they keep winter recess, because of the holiday and the number of staff that would be away. But I would double check with Kristen on that, the question about Good Friday. But I think that many districts would have difficulty getting staff. I wouldn't anticipate if the state removed Columbus Day, the same thing, right? It would be different. But days like more religious days would be a more difficult because of, it would depend on the number of staff, which is why Cranston, Providence, Pawtucket all do observe the Jewish holidays as an example, is because they have a majority of staff and students.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. I saw Donna and Bill. So let's go Donna first, then Bill.
Yeah, first of all, I think this has to be put out to next year's calendar, not this year's calendar, and I appreciate the immediacy of it. But my recommendation to Gina, I sent an email to Gina. I have looked at other school districts, and I personally had operated under contract, under an education contract in Fairfax County, Virginia, right outside of DC, for years, and probably the most diverse school district in the country, at least one of the biggest and the most diverse. And we long since got rid of the specific holidays because we would be faced with about 50 different holidays because of the diversity of the students and their religious beliefs. So my suggestion, strong suggestion, is just take away the holiday being denoted as Good Friday or Yom Kippur. Celebrate, I mean, allow it, but don't put that label on it. That's my feeling. Don't put the label on it. It worked for us in Fairfax for years. It still does. I reviewed the recent calendar and they still call it a no school day, just a holiday, just a plain holiday. That's my feeling.
Thanks, Don. Bill Day.
And one of the concerns I have is not so much whether we remove Columbus Day or Good Friday, but adding more holidays. We have a vocational program over here that is working their butts off to encourage students from other districts to come to Charahoe and to add a couple of holidays to our calendar, which they don't have in their system, could have somewhat of an impact on how kids are going to want to come to the VOTEC program. And the VOTEC program is a very important revenue generator for the Charahoe School District. So to start to add holidays because we want to be politically correct, I think is the wrong reason. If we want to remove holidays because we don't agree with them, that's a whole different, I think, thought in my mind.
Thanks, Bill. Craig Luzon, and then David Stahl.
The next thing on the agenda is the anti-racist task force appointment of members and update. Personally, I say let's wait for some input from them. That's all I have to say, Chair.
Thanks, Craig. David Stahl.
In general, yeah, I would agree with let the task force work some of this out and we'll revisit it. But I don't, it doesn't really matter to me what days off are called and how many different religions are accommodated for special or sacred days off or in what way they're accommodated. I simply want to point out, and I'll say more when we're speaking about the task force in a few minutes, I simply want to point out that even here, someone for whom some of these Christian holidays are very sacred and important, you all know I'm an ordained minister, and that's my full-time gig, is we spend so much time talking about the task force and leading the way and in choosing our language carefully and that sort of thing with what we're designating and why. I'd like to ask in this group that we're sensitive even to those of us for whom these are important. Understand that when you're saying, well, then why would we keep this? Well, that holiday is not that important. And just understand that there are people for whom that conversation is offensive. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Vin Lefkowitz.
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question. I know when this came up at the last school committee meeting, one of the things that the superintendent was going to look at was whether or not the addition of the two, I guess I'll call them non-school days, would that impact graduation? Would it impact the ability to book the Ryan Center? As a parent of a upcoming senior, I just have that question.
It did not impact the graduation. I had Craig McKenzie look into that then.
Thanks.
Thanks, Vin. I see Sarah Clark has her hand up.
Okay, sorry, the clicking. I just want to say I agree with what David said. And it's why I think that the Jewish holidays is important, because it's offensive that that they're just overlooked. And honestly, if it's such a small amount of students, I would pull him out of school anyway. He would miss, which I've done every year, because it's really not about this one kid. I'm just saying it's about the language of, well, they're just such a minority. What does it matter? That's the point. It's not really, it's just the wording. That's all. I mean, it is what it is. We don't go to a Jewish school, so I have no expectation that these days would be off. Just don't want them to be dismissed as not important.
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you, sir. I saw Donna Chambers, then Lisa Macruso.
I didn't hear, and maybe I missed it, anybody dismissing any holiday.
Every time. What's that?
Who's somebody talking? Anyway, I didn't hear the dismissal. I just was saying that it should be more generic. Now that one day off could be on Yom Kippur every year. That's not dismissing it. It's just not labeling it. So there is no intention of being offensive to anybody on this. I'm sorry, David, if you interpreted it that way, but it's not intended to be offensive, or it's just making all days off, all religions more generic. Anyway, that's my feeling anyway.
Thank you, Donna. And your comment was not offensive at all. I agreed with you on that.
Thank you. Lisa Macruso and then George Abbott.
So I tend to play Tetris in my mind when I'm listening to people's comments. I try to think about how they come together, where the overlaps are, right? We could have different opinions, but there's usually threads of agreement. I think Donna Chambers has the right idea about the first step. This work will be done in layers. It's not an all or nothing. It's not all school committee. It's not all task force, right? It's intricate work. Based on what I'm hearing, I think one good step forward today, prior to the formation, or actually the task force has been formed, prior to the first meeting and the agenda being set by the task force, they will decide what items they want to prioritize, right? We won't, they will. But what we can do is provide them with a neutral calendar to begin that conversation, right? Because there may be conversation about adding Yom Kippur and Eid, but also Juneteenth, right? They may have a much more robust conversation that we're not prepared for right now. So in that I agree too. But I think handing the task force a neutral calendar will help empower them so that their first act is not to engage in the is Good Friday as weighted as Yom Kippur. And it hurts. It hurts to have had privileges and have these things in your space and then to have people talking about taking them away. I understand, I live it. They're called microaggressions. I know, I feel them too. And I'm sorry, so sorry if that, it's uncomfortable. I know that it is. But I really like Donna Chambers' assertion here that we could at least start by presenting a neutral, we're either in school or we're out. With the existing approved days, we could do that work. And then to Craig's point, then the task force can pick up and they can decide, okay, now with this document of days in school and days not in school, do we want to prioritize this as some of our first work? And then if so, how? And if they feel like, whoa, all right, well, at least that's settled for this year, we'll pick that up in the summer. We've given them some grace and some latitude to do that. So based on Donna and Craig's comments, I'm going to make a motion that we amend the school calendar to reflect Gina Picard's earlier statement that the days are either school days or not school days.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Linda Lyle. Thank you. So motion by Lisa, seconded by Linda, and that is to update the calendar with names that are reflective of in school or not in school. This is open for discussion. I see no hands coming up. I see Donna and then Bill.
I'm just
Yeah.
thinking about this. With virtual learning, what is in school mean? So we have to find a different terminology for it, which is pretty easy because there are a lot of models out there for that. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. So, Bill?
As I understand, what we're doing here right now is to adopting the Charahoe Regional School District calendar for 2021. And we're not labeling any of the days that we're taking school off. Is that the motion?
It's not to adopt the calendar, it's just to proceed with the existing calendar with the updated nomenclature as in school or out of school.
Well, I'm trying to make sure that we're talking about the Charahoe calendar, not the state calendar.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about the Charahoe calendar. Okay, that's
correct. Craig Luzon? You're muted, Craig.
I understand this is middle ground, and but it doesn't change the fact that October 12th is Columbus Day, and December 25th is Christmas. It doesn't change that fact. I think we have to address going beyond just giving it a non-identifiable name. So I'm in favor, at least for now, but I don't think that's going to solve the basic issue, what you were trying to address, Lisa. That's all.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. Thanks. Okay, additional comments? George Abbott. Sorry, sir, you're muted.
At some point, if Good Friday is eliminated, and for example, if a child happens to be Catholic and per their religion, they're mandated or to have a reflective pause at a certain time of day. In my case, I think it was 3 o'clock, according to the Catholic Church or the diocese. If the holiday is eliminated, would a child be in violation of current policy if they had that pause, a reflective pause at a certain time during the school day, per our policy?
That's a good question. Gina?
I apologize. Could you, John can't get in. I was trying to give him the number. Could you just repeat that, George?
If Good Friday is eliminated as a holiday at some point, I know that it's not in the cards right now. If a child that's being raised Catholic is mandated, according to the Catholic doctrine, to have a reflective pause at a certain time of day, let's say 3 o'clock. I think it was 3 o'clock when I was a kid being raised as a Catholic. Would that be permitted under current policy?
I think our responsibility to all our students would be to allow the time. For example, they would, if it was 3 o'clock, or if they wanted to take the holiday to observe with their family, they would. Based on our current policy, it would be considered a religious day, and anyone can take them depending on the religion, even the ones that many of us don't necessarily see in the calendar here, but that they do observe. I know staff members that have additional Jewish holidays that aren't typically observed in even the districts that observe the Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah.
Aside from the fact that they don't have to be in school under the current policy, if they were required to be in school, would our policy allow them to have a reflective pause?
I'll double check that with John based on I'm not positive on how to, that's a question I haven't heard before, George, so I can find out.
It wouldn't be a disciplinary issue.
I don't think it'd be a disciplinary issue, but I definitely think it the observation school is a question I'm not clear about, so I'd have to ask.
Thank you.
Thanks, George. Pamela Rowland.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
So I was just commenting on the calendar. I like the idea of having neutral names for the holidays, for the days off. In our family, my kids are long gone out of Cherahoe, but we have Jewish and Christian holidays celebrated in our family, and that was always something that we noticed that was strongly absent. So having the ability to at least have a child not counted absent on a special holiday or have a neutral day that is a day off, that's an important thing for inclusive, even if we don't name it as a religious holiday.
Understood. Thank you. Any further comments? We have a motion and a second on the floor. I'm going to put it to the committee. Comments are now closed. And this is to approve the changing of the language on the calendar, the already approved calendar, to reflect in school or out of school. Those in favor? Thank you. Those opposed? George, I see opposed. Those abstaining? Bill Day? Any recusals? No? Thank you. I count that 9 and 2. And thank you very much. As far as letter D goes then for 2020-2021 school calendar, I believe that this topic is closed. Any further discussion on it? No. Okay. Thank you all.
Ryan,
Donna, yes?
did George abstain or oppose?
He was opposed.
So I have 9, 1, and 1.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Letter E.
Okay, so this is to appoint our anti-racist task force members. I recommend the slate of individuals listed, and I'm going to read off their names. I had sent them all an email letting them know that, and reminding them again today that tonight was the school committee meeting, so they may be on the line. But they are Joe Reddish, Thorn Harris, Maya Hill, Andonna Spears, Dathula Matthews, Karishma Atkinson, Daniel Fitzgerald, Carol LaRoche Harris, Joseph Lopes, Heidi Fee, and Katie Kirakozian. We're very excited about this appointment today, and I hope that the committee sees that these community members are members that we believe will represent the diversity in Cherahoe, as well as be able to bring the important conversations that need to be had.
So moved.
Thank you. Motion's been moved by Craig, seconded by Linda Lyle. I open this for discussion. Donna Chambers.
I think this is a great list. I would like to recommend a couple of things, especially since so many of these wonderful people are on the line. I'd like to make sure that the steering committee meetings are available to us, that people can participate, that they're open, not participate, but just at least be open. I also would like to strongly recommend that you look at the curriculum very carefully, because I think we're an education system, and I believe that the curriculum is where we start. I have received 3 contacts from my constituents, and this is already being politicized in the community. And my recommendation is to just zero in on that curriculum, because I think that you'll find there are a lot of missing pieces to our curriculum, probably even misinformation in our curriculum. So look at the materials and the curriculum of what is being presented to the children in our schools. And the other thing I want to say is, set your goals, define your terminology, do all of those wonderful things as an organization. But the other thing specifically about the list is I do not see a student on this list. Is there a student represented on this list?
No, and that was because there's other opportunities for them to be involved that will look different. Same thing like the teachers, there's not many educators, and we felt as though the students, teachers, the administrators would be intricately involved through the committees that we're going to put in place. For example, like you mentioned, curriculum. Charahoe has great policy that we review curriculum every year, so that's a natural place. As you all know, no one believes that there's a deadline, right? Like, oh, we're going to start this task force and we will be done with this work by June 2023. That's not how it works, and I know you know that. So what we want to do is make this an ongoing, continuous dialogue conversation that's intricately embedded in the work that's happening in the district through the curriculum committees, professional development committees, the student associations, the training that we had on Convocation Day on Friday. They have a separate proposal for students and how they become trainers, and I have that proposal for this committee to review. The reason why we haven't started that yet is because we were waiting for the task force to be in place to be able to ensure that our students were very much involved in this work. It just looks a little bit different.
So, okay, so follow up to that, Gina. Thank you. But following up, is this steering committee going to then form subcommittees? Is that what you're saying? Because if it's a steering committee and there are different aspects to this work that has to be done, will we have subcommittees where we could invite all of those other 100 people that have showed an interest in this?
That's a good question, Donna. I'm not sure about all the logistics yet. I know that the first order of business, I think, with the task force is to think about what the goals are. But I do know that, for example, like Jane has the teaching and learning committee around PD and curriculum, though they'll be listening for what the task force is putting together, so that when we're doing curriculum review, that we are ensuring that we have a lens on. So if we're getting ready to do our English language arts curriculum, what is the books that we're asking students to read? What does that look like? Is it representative of the cultures and the need for our students to understand the diversity? Is it humanities based? Are we thinking more thoughtfully around things like that? So we're going to look at the work that's already involved in the district and then see how we can ensure that there's a more seamless focus around our work on race, equity, and diversity.
Making sure that it's factual and inclusive with all of the history. Okay, then to answer my question also, will the steering committee meetings be open so that at least we can participate as a listener for this? Okay, I'd like to do that.
Yeah, I know John's trying to get on the line. He said the phone number. I said the wasn't
I'm
working.
done.
But he
Ryan,
did.
you're saying yes? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so these will comply with open meetings. They'll be open to the public. These are public meetings. We have a number of folks on this list who have a strong background in meetings and organizations, and they also have a very knowledgeable liaison to guide them in any type of gaps that come up. So I think we're going to have an outstanding committee.
Just to continue with this idea, one of Gina mentioned about the training, and one of the constituents who contacted or who I heard from was offended at the training because of how the terminology was presented and what was said at the training. And that in itself opens up some, as Lisa pointed out, wonderful opportunities for deep conversations. But I don't want to cause this to be a problem from the get-go. There's already been issues in a couple of articles in the paper that caused my constituents to call me, contact me. It's being politicized already, so it has to be very, very carefully presented to the public. Okay. I'm not.
Okay, I know you're shaking your
I
head.
understand, Donna.
Okay, one second. I am not cowering from the deep conversations. I'm saying I don't want to have it boomerang on us with the intentions of trying to create a better environment and a more diverse environment. I don't want to have it come back on us that, oh, they're trying to push this on us now. Anyway, that's my feeling. All right, I'm done.
Thank you. David Stahl and then Bill Day.
All right, can you hear me okay? Okay. So I'm trying to figure out exactly how to start this. As this stands, I have a no vote for the composition of this task force, and I want to talk through that a little bit, but I want to preface it by saying there's a lot of folks on this call who might not know me at all, and I don't know some of you at all. I want you to understand that this is very important to me. I've preached publicly and lived privately against racism of any kind, and studied my work in cross-cultural and global contexts in some of the most culturally diverse seminary and postgraduate schools in the country. I am very pleased that this is happening, very glad that the conversation's going on. But I have a few disappointments with what I'm seeing so far and how the task force members were put together. I also want to say, since so many of them joined us tonight, thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you for volunteering. That this is by no means a critique of people volunteering, but this is a critique of how we're putting this together and how we're starting it off, especially in light of what Donna just said about things being politicized and that sort of thing. So I want to just speak really quick to the 11 people that make up the task force. The list, much of this is stemming from the list that I received, which was a list of the 11 people, and this was from superintendent to the committee. The list of 11 people with, quote, how they identify, and there was a little bit of there wasn't enough material there, and it was a little unsettling to see the list the way I saw it. But as I read how they identified, I read 8 members of the 11 that would identify as Black, Indigenous, or people of color, and 2 white, and I'm saying 1 Portuguese, and making that distinction. A Portuguese person, there's great debate among my Portuguese friends about Hispanic or white, or both, or so that's not my my point tonight in the conversation. My point is that when you look at our demographic information, our ethnic information for the district and for the area that we live in, you come up with 2 to 3%. Obviously, we have the overwhelming majority white. So if we're talking about students in our Cheraho system, you have over 1,034 white students. The Black, Indigenous, and people of color, depending on the studies you're reading, are 2 to 3%. And then the Asian and Hispanic communities, depending on the studies you're reading, range from 2 to 4% as a total. So the Black, Indigenous, people of color would be 22 students in 2019. The Asian and Hispanic would be 39 students in 2019. So when I went through those numbers and I looked at that and I looked at the makeup of the committee, I also noticed it was disproportionate male and female representation on the committee, although that was not as I don't know, I noticed it. With all the inequity and injustice, we're looking at clearing up all inequity and injustice. And we talk about being inclusive in this, and we talk about every place that this exists. And what I don't see then is the Asian and Hispanic representation being proportionate. Now, I'm perfectly open to those who formed the committee speaking to this, but before they answer the questions I haven't asked yet, one of the things I would say about that is, well, they may say it depends on who has volunteered, depends on who has stepped forward to be on the committee. And certainly we all have had enough of this conversation to know that if we're talking about systemic racism and we want to make sure that we're reaching out and recruiting people, that we don't say, well, if someone didn't sign up, it must mean that they weren't interested. Not that they didn't feel that they were involved or were asked or recruited to be involved. So I think that we've left out a couple of groups, and unfortunately, that can lend weight to what Donna's talking about, where the task force and its work could be seen more as a political response or a political movement than one that is truly grounded in addressing inequality and everywhere and across the board. So I think that that was really important for me. Also, this goes back to our discussion last meeting about the naming and defining of the task force. And my goal in that conversation was, and a couple of us leaned toward calling it some sort of a task force that would address inequality and justice of all kinds, including racism, but with other groups and other causes and other important injustices being addressed. But I was assured it would be more broad. And I specifically asked from my first conversation with Lisa about the forming of the task force, which Lisa is my neighbor down the road, and I sure hope she's going to be my friend for a long time before, during, and after these conversations. But, you know, one of the specific things I mentioned was, let's get some area clergy involved with this. You have an ally in your community, people that represent large groups that could be involved there. When we had the discussion in our public board meeting last week, last month, I specifically mentioned that there's a religious inequality that I think is important that we have addressed within the task force as well. But nonetheless, it was named Anti-Racism Task Force, and we said that's really our primary focus and where we're starting. But we'd overflow into these other issues. Now, when I see there was one non-ethnic issue or designation that was included in the list that I received, and that was that 2 of the 11 members identified as being part of the LGBTQ community in the designation that I received. Now, what I hear there is that the committee is saying we're sticking to racism. The task force is saying we're sticking to racism, but we're also taking one non-ethnic issue right in our very formation, but not others. I just want you to understand how I hear that and how I read that. So I requested the addition of clergy, and that was not considered. I requested the issue of religious inequality, and that was not addressed or considered in the formation or the criteria. The third is that John Anderson last week in that conversation, much of it centered around our discussion about the holidays and the school calendar, which we just talked about. John Anderson advised us and warned us about the picking some holidays over another. And tonight in our taking out names, we have in fact taken some offensive names off the calendar for people, which I voted for and I think was a good move, but we didn't actually change what we're doing. But the conversation was, you get in trouble if you pick some over another when you're talking about a religious group or that sort of thing. And there was discussion about, do we make decisions based on majority or not? I think we still have to consider that. But when we talk about religious inequality or my conversations with you on the school board, I'm certainly in a minority. Lisa, I'm not speaking from a place of privilege where I'm experiencing microaggressions. There's never been a time in my lifetime where evangelical Protestants were in a majority in New England. And that's still not the case. We're at 3%. So I understand going against the grain in terms of issues that are formative for my life and my culture. And I'm even in a very a smaller minority. It's a barely measurable percentage of Sabbatarians, meaning Christians and Jews who are Sabbath keepers, Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. I'm a Seventh-day Baptist, and so we're Sabbatarians. And that's a very small group of us that are looking for, we don't do any sort of school activities or work activities on the Sabbath for 24 hours. No one in the school district is asking me. No one in the committee is asking me. No one is really curious or exploring that, or in my opinion, or in my experience, has any interest in understanding it. And I understand that that's not where the majority is, so I can't expect every concession to go that way for me or for my family or for the folks in the Jewish community. But nonetheless, imagine being part of the 1 or 2 groups ethnically that are not represented on this task force that we set up with so much conversation about race. Ethnic groups that are represented in our community that are very noticeably left off this task force. Just whatever the reasoning is, And however valid your efforts were, or imagine being part of the community from the one, or depending on your interpretation, two groups that are not mentioned. And after our lengthy conversation at the last meeting, the Christian and Jewish faith in those conversations, Sarah, I appreciated your conversation. To not have any religious conclusion or not have the clergy part that I asked for from the start, because I think that's important. And I think it's a major consideration in some of the conversations we're having, as evidenced by the school calendar conversation. And the last thing I'd say about that is that in the conversation last week, Donna, I mentioned tonight the comments that might be offensive to folks, and they were not yours. But in our conversation last week in the meeting, as we talked about holidays, it was, well, why don't we get rid of all religious holidays? And I need you to understand, in the same way that we all need to understand, how those comments to a person who's in a 3% minority when we talk about religion. Rhode Island has 58% of people who identify as no religion whatsoever. That is the majority. Of those who are in a religion, 3% are evangelical Protestants. And again, that even smaller percentage is me. So imagine being in that and being in those conversations, even as a board member, expressing my support for this initiative from the beginning, but having my interest or concerns or something I'm bringing to the table from a minority part of our population, to have that dismissed quite in a very cavalier way. And even to say, well, why don't we just get rid of all religious holidays? Imagine again, if I put any other, instead of religious holidays, any other group from our list or our conversations in there. I do know what it's like to be part of an excluded group. And I have those dissatisfactions with the way this was put together. I'm happy to hear from the committee. I don't think I'll hear anything that will change my no vote for voting for this task force. Not because I do not appreciate the people that volunteered, I very much do. I just don't think we've done what we set out to do.
Thank you, David. I have Bill Day, and then barring any further committee members weighing in, I have Joe Reddish, Maya Hill, and Dorothy Matthews.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think David brought up a lot of good points there, but you know, being a long time resident of the area, I know a few of these people on this committee, and I think that they will do the best that they can. They may even decide to take some of Dave's, personally as that committee, they could take some of Dave's suggestions as to maybe getting a couple of minorities that Dave has mentioned there. But I think that to postpone this, to revamp this committee right now is a wrong way to go. I would like to see us move forward here tonight, get going with it. Like I said, I know a few of these people, and I think they're here for the right reasons, and I have a lot of confidence in the fact that they will do what they're charged to do without having agendas themselves. And I wouldn't worry too much about some of the political stuff that's already coming around, because some of them already have had things said to them that haven't been favorable in their personal lives. So what is being said about them on the committee level, this committee is not going to be new to them. So I would suggest that we vote for this and get them moving forward.
Thanks, Bill. Sheila Grover.
Sheila, you're muted.
Sorry, Sheila.
Just practicing, sorry. Okay. With all due respect, David, I do think it's important to remember that school should be separate from religion. You and I may disagree from that a lot, but I feel like that is, you know, keeping religion out of this task force is not a bad thing. The task force has a mandate, and they'll learn what their mandate is as they go. And as 52-year-old white woman, I am going to listen. I'm going to listen a lot. and I hope I learn a lot.
Thanks, Sheila. Donna and then Lisa.
Yeah, and I agree with Sheila in the sense that I'm ready to, this is long overdue. And I think it's a great way to bring it out to the school and the community. My question is also, and I forgot to mention this, we have traditionally formed groups or committees based on a fair, equitable representation from each town. Lisa, is that part of this this group? Do we have an even number of representatives from each town?
Chair, do I have permission to respond?
Yeah,
Donna, thank you so much for that question. Actually, part of the formation of this task force is to quite intentionally not use traditional metrics that have been used in the past, but rather to select individual participants to lead the committee based on their identity, but also their interaction within the community or their status within the school district. And what we call well, I have to tell you, you know all about this, their sphere of influence. We were looking for really an overlap between lived experience of the issues, a reason to be deeply connected to our Charahoe school district, as opposed to solely the community or to the cause itself, right? And then additional spheres of influence throughout the state. Joe Reddish is going to speak in a moment, right? He's a great example of someone who kind of checks all of those boxes. So I think it's a great question. We were incredibly thoughtful in how we approach this, and in not just being that this is how we've always done it, so this is how we're going to do it.
Okay.
Great question. I see that lots of people are going to speak from the task force, so I'm going to yield most of my time. But in regards to the clergy, we had several members of clergy reach out, David. And so what we've chosen to do, similar to the students, because we had such an overwhelmingly positive response from so many, we actually, how do we choose one church over another even? Right? Because we actually had so many. So what we've decided to do is lead with this particular task force, but then there'll be listservs and subgroups where all of those interests are absolutely going to be included, but not as the steering committee. But they absolutely have volunteered, stepped forward, and there's been more than one. Last note, intersectionality. No one is one thing. So you could be gay and Black, and that might be the case too. So just intersectionality is part of this. So people could actually be carrying multiple identities, and you're seeing them coded out in one way or another because it's a metric, but they're actually holding more than one. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Joe Reddish.
Thank you, and I appreciate being selected to be part of this committee once it's the task force. One of the things I shared with Lisa and I shared with Gina from the get-go is just a conversation is one of the things is terminology. And David, I understand your observations and frustrations. Just to give you a quick, my background, I'm a business person. I came to Rhode Island in 1993. I moved directly to Wyoming, Rhode Island. I moved here when there was only probably about 3 Black families in Wyoming, Rhode Island. So I moved into a neighborhood that I shouldn't have technically moved into. I had those experiences of getting those phone calls at 11 o'clock at night and so on. That was in 1993. I transitioned forward to, I've worked for larger corporations, state of Rhode Island, but other my public responsibilities, I sit as a chair of the Commission on Prejudice and Bias in the state of Rhode Island. Many of you are not familiar with that, and I'll just give you a high-level brief. That was formed back in the early 90s because of challenges with profiling. I've been on the commission for about 6 years now. Their primary responsibilities, they work with the Attorney General's office to oversee all the training our law enforcement gets in the state of Rhode Island, including the colleges. So that includes roughly about 48 chiefs and the police departments in the process of things. One of the biggest challenges is when they formed that commission was trying to get a diverse community there. You'll never be perfect in creating a perfect committee or commission. The ideal candidates for your committees or commissions or task force is individuals that have an open mind, who've experienced a lot, and will be inclusive of every aspect of what goes on. And I use the commission as an example. We have some women, we have some men, we have some minorities, we have LGBTQ, we have religion, we have legislators. Really, the only ones that don't participate are our legislators, which is okay because the real work comes from the people that are at the table. We make some hard, tough decisions on what to respond to and how to respond to because of the challenges of our world right now. What I would ask the committee tonight to is entrust that you've picked individuals that will be passionate, that will be fair, and will represent. When I came to Rhode Island, I sat on the school improvement team at the middle school. I have no kids. I pay taxes for kids, but at my education background, my parents were educators. I wanted to be involved. I have substituted at the school district, at the middle school and the high school. So I've seen some of the opportunities, and I say opportunities because that's what they really are. Education is the foundation of making a difference in how our kids see the world in the process. How we address the name of something, I've sent a couple recommendations, and I would highly suggest that the committee tonight change one word in their task force to make it anti-racism versus anti-racist. Racism implies that something has happened by everybody. Racism is an opportunity, anti-racism is an opportunity to educate and move forward. And so that's the one recommendation I would strongly recommend that you change, the T to an M. That T to an M makes a whole different way people look at things. It might take away the policies, the politics of it. And for the public, we weren't asked if we were Democrat, Independent, Republican, or Tea Party. And as you know, my background, I've said in the past, whether it's that acronym spells dirt, okay? And the idea of that acronym is really to say, we're gonna get a pool of people together, we're gonna cultivate this dirt, plant some seeds for our future so we can grow into a better school district, a better community that we all embrace each other. Are we gonna ever be perfect? Absolutely not. The steps that we take tonight as you select your task force are just the pebbles in the pond to kind of continue to grow the process and educate our youth, because the other piece of me that you don't know, I'm part of People to People International. That was started by Dwight D. Eisenhower. He started the student exchange program for one reason only. He recognized that adults had a challenge in the process of changing their ways. So he thought if he brought kids together and they learned to get along around the world, that would make a difference. And his motto and his mission statement for that organization was peace through understanding. So really, as you look at our task force, we get it together, it should be the same motto, that peace through understanding is understanding all the cultures and how to get along. And that's what's going to grow Char Hough to continue to be one of the top districts in the state. So that's all I wanted to share.
Thanks, Joe. We have Maya Hill.
Hi, and thank you once again for allowing us to be here. I really do think it's a privilege in order to be in this group to find out what is going on, as I do have an active child, although he's only going into the 3rd grade. I have an active interest in what goes on in these meetings, so I am thankful that we're able to be here. Mr. Stahl, I am obviously not going to try to change your vote, as you so adamantly put it in the beginning, that you have a no vote. And that is what this beautiful country is about, is being able to have that vote. A little bit of my background. I'm a Native American, woman, veteran, Christian, soldier. So I think I fall into a very small category myself. However, I state all of that to show just how well-rounded and all of the different areas that I represent, as well as I have an active duty child in the military, a child going into the 3rd grade. I myself am very active in the veteran community. I am a single mom who actually gets along with and co-parents with her children's father. So I have a really big representation and a really big eye and a view on this world. I have been deployed to 3 countries, 2 of which many people in this room probably have never heard of. I have had to work with, cohabitate with, and interact with and problem solve with people of races I didn't know existed when I left my beautiful little Washington County community to serve in the United States Army. I am very honored to have been selected, and I have a very positive outlook as to what this committee, who is fresh, can possibly contribute to our community. As far as diversity goes, I'd like to draw your attention to this very room of 46 people. There's not a lot of diversity within the school committee. So to draw attention to the fact that we don't have a lot of diversity in a committee of 11 or less is kind of not looking at what we're hoping to accomplish. And I like to not bring negatives without having a solution. So my solution to that is, as Miss Donna had mentioned, if we were to have open forums, then people who actually want to participate will have the ability to have a voice and present whatever it is that they feel. I don't believe this is meant to be a closed forum in secrecy in a back room.
No.
I believe this is to address as many and all issues that come our way. And the only way to do that is to have an open mind and an open area to where we can actually speak about these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maya. And she's absolutely correct in the sense that these are open meetings, open to the public. They'll be publicly posted. So thank you for that. Next, we have Darthula Matthews.
Good evening, everyone. I second that. I am honored to have been selected to be a servant on this team because this is servant leadership. This is not a dictatorship in any type of way. In fact, this is the kind of team that has to have an open mind and an open heart to even be able to do the type of work. You have to have a very diverse lens, inclusive lens on equality, lens on justice to do the work effectively. If the meetings weren't open, I myself would have an issue because if we do not have diverse perspectives and hear from others from different point of views, then we collectively will not be able to grow together. So I'm actually appreciative of committee member who had the no vote. I appreciate you sharing everything you did because in all honesty, what I was hearing from you is please remember your fellow members of the community. Please do not let them be forgotten. Please do not let them be cast into the shadows as you commence your work. That's what I heard. And what I can tell you, and I can promise you on my own, is that that will not happen. Lisa brought up intersectionality. I can tell you this. I am a very proud Liberian American who descended from 2 parents who came here seeking sanction from civil war. I'm a descendant of actual slaves of America. I am my ancestors' dream and I am human. I have children whose father comes from a French, English, and German background. Thanksgiving, Christmas is a beautiful feast. I was raised in a family where I had family members who were also Filipino, Korean, Japanese, Indian. They came from various backgrounds, and the thing that made you stick out the most was how good your food was. I come from a family of very diverse political background, family who speak various languages, who live in various areas. I grew up in Providence, South Providence. I moved to Richmond, then I moved to Charlestown and back to Richmond. My children play at Tuckertown Park. When it comes to thinking about my community, diversity is something huge for me. That is not something that I take very lightly. And on top of all of that, I've been doing this type of work since my whole life, because my parents were doing this work. And I take it everywhere that I go because I feel it is part of our every being and part of our DNA as to what we're doing. And I believe in this group. I believe in the committee members that I don't even know. I believe in the committee members that I know. I believe in the school committee who's going to continue to share their thoughts and their feelings and keep us balanced. I believe in the chair, and I just hope that you all can believe and trust in us because we have loyalty to our community. We who are the few would not live here if we did not have loyalty or feel some connection here, which is why each time I come on, I say, I love living where I live. I absolutely do. And I'm always trying to bring more people to come and move in the area. So I'm looking forward to learning more from others and hearing more perspectives and in bringing everyone to the table because there is room for everyone at the table. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to my thoughts being challenged. I'm looking forward to opening and uncovering things and being very solution oriented and being very driven and direct and building systems. And I'm looking forward to sharing as well. So I hope that this provides some level of comfort. Oh, how can I forget this? My very existence, who I am. I'm a Christian, but I am not the Christian who just says it and just celebrates the holiday. I am the Christian believes in the law of love. And if I do not love my fellow community members, no matter who they are, what they look like, where they came from, I would not be a Christian. So one arm, two arms, doesn't matter. Hair, no hair, doesn't matter. That is who I'm going to be. So I bring that with me as well. And as I said, I really hope it brings you some comfort. Those who know me or who have at least seen me in some spaces, you will know my authenticity, and you haven't. I can't wait until you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Quick check. Next is Indana Spears.
There we go. 17th time's the charm. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for, again, I would like to echo everyone's sentiments. I'm really honored and humbled to be a part of this conversation here and the conversations we're going to be having in the upcoming months and perhaps years as a community. I'm really excited to be a part of this group, and I am a mother of 4 children, ages 7, 5, 3, and 22 months. Oh, thank you. I see people giving me some blessings. Thank you very much. I'll take that. I am an Indigenous woman. I'm Diné Ojibwe Choctaw and Chickasaw, originally from Arizona. I went to graduate school here on the East Coast, and I met my husband, who is Narragansett, and I'm married into the broader Narragansett community, and my children are all enrolled Narragansett and are part of the community and culture here, and I have an investment in the well-being of our Narragansett community and non-Narragansett community. But I think the conversations around intersectionality are apropos and they're necessary, because the categories by which we define ourselves siloing race and ethnicity are violent categories. They dehumanize us and they don't allow us to be full people. So we have to, at the outset, begin to understand what intersectionality means for all people, for all human beings, and we owe that to ourselves as people in a shared community. And just, I want to say, echo kind of some of the sentiments that are already said in a much better, more passionate, more beautiful way by the people prior to me. But as Native people, our traditional ways of educating our young people is through a variety of voices. There is no one person who knows everything. There is no one teacher that can give you everything you need to thrive and survive and be a complete human being. We need women, we need elders, we need Two-Spirits and LGBTQ people. We need all of these intersectional human beings to be a part of the education process. And so I see a lot of them here as two-dimensional squares on my screen. I see you in the stores and I see you in our community, and I know that we are all providing our children with education that doesn't just live within walls, well, definitely not now, but lives outside of Zoom and lives in our conversations and our kitchen tables and lives within our churches and our places of worship and in our ceremonies. And I think that these can be places where we have we're starting from a place of benefit. We're starting from a place of a lot. We're not starting from a deficiency. So we can tap into that and we can activate that. And I'm really excited to be a part of that process.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Spears. Next we have Silver Moon Rose.
Hi. Thank you for saying my name right since I couldn't spell it right. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I would say when I saw the notice go out to sign up for this committee, I was very much interested. I very much wanted to be a part of it, but I could also recognize that there's a lot of people in our community that can also represent us well. I've been very involved in trying to bring more diversity and inclusion in Chariho, and I don't need to be on every board, which is why sometimes we don't have to be represented on the committees as official seated chairs, but we can certainly come to every meeting and lend our voice and lend our support and make sure that all people are represented, and we can certainly support those who have been appointed to do so. And I know this group of people very well, and I am absolutely positive that one of their main goals will be to continue to diversify this group and reach out to those that didn't come forward and didn't sign up and may not be represented yet, because that's what's so near and dear and why they put this together to begin with. So just to remember that we can all continue to be a part of this movement and a part of the work that needs to be done without having to hold an official chair. And I'll put my hand down. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you. Sarah Clark.
There we go. I just want to say it's so exciting to hear the backgrounds that these people are bringing to this committee, the enthusiasm that everybody seems to have, and it's amazing. It feels so good. It feels like it's just going in the right direction. And of course, not everybody can be represented because it just can't happen that every little niche can be filled. That's why it's an open forum. And just thank you, Lisa, so much. This is huge.
Thank you. Further comments, questions? David Stahl.
So this has been great. Thank you for all those who are serving on the committee being here and present and willing to share some of your background and experience. And I would echo the sentiment that that's very exciting and that's very good. Joe, appreciated hearing from you and understanding the wealth of knowledge and the background and the experience. And Maya, same thing, such broad experiences. Darthula, vowing to cover all the bases and vowing to speak up for those others, awesome. And Donna Silver Moon, a huge range of experience, and I appreciate your approach to it. So I love hearing from you, and really good stuff. And I'm excited for you to be on this, and I'm excited for who you are and what you're doing. I think it's going to be great. So with all that said, when I vote no, it's not that I'm voting no for those people who are chosen, because I think they all sound like absolutely wonderful people. Individually, collectively, I hope we can have a cup of coffee and sit down and talk and get to know each other, and I look forward to that. And I still am having the issue of and it hasn't been answered for me, and I'm looking to you very specifically, Lisa, Gina, Ryan, anybody who can help me with this. I understand not everybody can be represented. Sarah, you just said not every little group and every niche can be represented. I totally get that. I'm totally with you. I understand that somebody doesn't have to be in this 11-person to be spoken for and spoken up for and to be represented. The whole idea, though, was to make sure that we get everybody at the table. And I don't know how, if I'm a part of the 3% that's here in our Asian community, I still don't see this as kind of a slap in the face. When you set up, now you say everyone can't be represented. There are 4 major ethnic groups in our community. 4. So when you say an 11-person committee, we can't represent everybody. You can put someone from each of those 4 major groups in that. I understand intersectionality. I understand it. And I understand looking for really qualified, good people. And you've found really good qualified people. I have no complaints about that. When I see one of my Asian friends tomorrow or this weekend in the community, if they were to ask me, how can you justify that you formed an anti-racist, and by the way, Joe, your distinction of calling this anti-racism task force, I'm so with you on that. That needs to be corrected. I think that's such an excellent point. I was rooting for a whole different name altogether last month. That's why I didn't necessarily fight this battle. I was rooting for a whole different name, but as long as it's anti-racism, it should be anti-racism, not anti-racist. I completely agree with you, Joe. But how can I explain to someone, my Asian friend in the Cherokee community, who says to me, how did you vote for that when they put together an anti-racism task force and there are 4 ethnic groups and one of them is just clearly not present? And I can say intersectionality, I can talk about they've got great qualified people, and what if they look at me and say, I'm also a great qualified person? And I say, yes, you are. I just don't understand that. And the comment was made about keeping religion separate. I'm not trying to bring religion into the school, to teach my religion into the school. We're talking about places where there's any sort of a disparity or an injustice or something that's overlooked, or someone who's overlooked or criticized because of religion. That now becomes one of the issues, like any equal opportunity employer would, where we would address that and make sure that there's not something going on there that we wouldn't want. So I'm not talking about bringing my religion. I'm talking about protection of people, and that's protection of people of all religions, not just mine. So I just want to say, when I vote no, I'm voting no because still no one who's helped form this committee can address to me that glaring disparity, and I'm just disappointed in it.
Ryan, I'll address that. David, it's okay that you vote no. You can vote no. I don't think that there's more to do to convince you. I feel that the people who have represented themselves and come forward and laid their souls bare and been put, have made themselves vulnerable, you can vote no. That's okay. That is you've made your case. That's fine. If there is an individual, a particular friend of yours that does say to you tomorrow that question, that I am of Asian descent and I'm not represented, if that were my friend, I'd say, well, did you apply? And if the answer is yes, I was, if that if the answer is yes, I applied and I was overlooked, then they should contact Gina, because there may have 120 applications of which we read many times. Maybe that's the case, but it's okay. I'm just going to stop. It is what it is. We are who we are. If you vote no, I still have faith in you and what I know about you and how you approach problems and how you approach life and people since I've started talking to you, that you will still look at each item that the task force brings to you independently. I know that you will still be here to do the good work and evaluate the issue or the proposal that they bring to you. And I don't think that a no now is a no forever for you. I think I know you better than that. So vote no, that's okay. I think it's just time to move on and let the task force get to work.
Yeah.
And yes, Joe, I think the team is going to change the name at the first meeting to the Anti-Racism Task Force. All about that.
And absolutely, I will continue to support the work and the things that the task force brings, and I look forward to working with and being involved with the task force, and we'll support it 100% all the way as we go. I'm not voting no for anyone who's been presented. I'm voting for the people who aren't here and were not represented.
And just to add, if I can, Ryan.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah,
based on the, we were trying to represent as many as possible. There were no Asian community members at the time that have applied, but saying that, we have some students, both Hispanic and Asian, that identify that way, and hoping that we can encompass them as well in that piece. But as far as the task force, there was no one that represented it, and I appreciate your comment, David, about recruitment, and I get it. I'm being newer to the area. I probably would need more assistance with all of you to help me do that recruitment. But I think what we can do is continue to have conversations and invite people to the meetings that will be open so that voices are going to be heard. The task force is a very small piece of a very big, big work.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, and David, I'm sorry, I wasn't involved in selection of the committee. I was unaware of some of the comments and concerns that you had raised, but I'm really thankful that you echoed them here so that the committee members or steering members who are here have an opportunity to hear it and reflect on that. So thank you. Donna Chambers.
Yeah, just to reiterate, after hearing from the committee members and their backgrounds and their experience, including their experience in dealing with, I'm sure, lots of prejudice, lots of bias, I think these individuals personally can represent anybody, any human being, to overcome the biases that they have. I don't think they have to just be representing the group that they identify with. I think they understand the issues that are involved in what prejudice does, what bias does for any human being. Anyway, so I'm really pleased with the makeup of this group.
Thanks, Donna. All right, team. Any final comments? We've it's very good dialogue on this. So I thank you all for participating. I'm going to close the discussion portion. We do have a motion and a second on the floor to appoint the individuals identified for the soon-to-be racism task force. Those in favor of the appointment?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Opposed? I see David and George. Are there any abstentions? Any recusals? All right, I'm counting that as 9 in favor, 2 opposed, with David and George being opposed. Did I get that right, committee?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Letter F.
Okay, so letter F is our school reopening update. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so as many of you know, we are preparing for opening of schools next week, and I can tell you this is not the typical summer that many of our teachers and administrators are used to, and our families. They have been very much a part of this work, and we continue to take feedback. And what we know about this year is it will need to be flexible. Everyone needs to be patient with one another, and it will be fluid based on our work together. So what we communicated to families last week was our reopening plan being the first day of school, which was moved to September 14th by the state. And just to clarify, on any one of these scenarios, all of our families that have opted into distance learning, this schedule does not impact them. There was some confusion when the governor said everyone will be back in school on October 13th. That's for those who have opted into in-person learning. We have tried to be flexible as much as possible, but what I can tell you is we've asked families to commit to the trimester if they're elementary and the quarter if they're middle school and high school. So for next week, starting September 14th, first day of school, all K through 5 students will attend every day. And it says elementary, but it is K through 4 elementary, and you'll see our grade 5 students will be in every day. Again, I reiterate that in middle school. And our pre-kindergarten will begin 2 days after on the 16th, so the pre-K teachers can speak with families to get our little ones ready. CALA will also be beginning on September 14th. They will be in school every day as well, again, unless they've opted for distance learning, and that will begin on the 14th as well. The middle school is doing a phase-in. So as I've already mentioned, grade 5 begins. They will be in person starting the first day of school. Grade 6, 7, and 8 will start with distance learning. For grade 6, just the first 2 days. We'll enter grade 6 on the 3rd day of school on the 16th. Then the 7th grade, so 1 grade level at a time, with all middle school students being back in person on the 18th. With the high school, the reopening is, we're using our partial approach. We have over 860 plus students that want to return to the high school. The majority of our families want to come back. And in order to do that safely and understand all the new protocols, we're bringing them back at 50%. So on the Monday for high school, everyone will be distance learning. It'll give our teachers the opportunity to onboard our students to understand the new protocols. And then on Tuesday, the 15th, A through J will be in person, while K through Z families with their alphabet. And again, we're not separating families by last name. So if there's one family that has 2 last names, they would simply contact the high school administration and they would ensure that they're together, whichever one makes the most sense. And then we would continue with this for the first 10 days of school, getting ready for full reopening on the 28th. Now, the caveat is we are pretty much, many of our buses are now at capacity. We continue to get, as much as we've asked people and our families to commit prior to getting ready for school open, we're trying to be flexible, but we are getting to the point where we will either be denying people transportation and or at this point not be able to open fully based on the social distancing criteria. So lots of hard decisions to be made moving forward as we get closer and closer to bus capacities and the guidance hasn't changed. We do have very specific health guidelines. You saw a policy earlier this evening regarding our absentee policy, which is our daily screening. All staff and students must provide a self-check. That is done in our Power School system. So parents would log in as themselves. This is newer for our elementary families. So we sent letters to them via the e-updates. It's on the website, and our elementary principals are doing a great job of communicating in their weekly updates to families about how to get this done. I know Dorothy and Sean in our IT department are getting lots of calls on how to make sure they know how to do this. But parents will go into Power School. They'll do the self-check for their child before they leave to go on the bus and or head to school, and that will be our check. Secretaries will pull reports. Those reports will be given to the nurse and administrators, and if we are finding that a child doesn't have one on file, we will be communicating via school messenger and phone calls to remind the families that it's important that we have those checks and that they do those every day. It will be part of our policy, hopefully on September 22nd, but it's also a requirement for the reopening plan per RIDE and the governor's office. And obviously, any staff or student who don't feel well for any reason should remain home. There's lots of conversation about what to do, and the guidance from RIDE continues to be clarified, and we've sat on many webinars to review this with Department of Health. So, and this is a lot of the questions our families have. You know, I have a symptom, but maybe not a case. So what's the definition? So basically, you know, I have a cough, but I think it's my allergies. Well, if you have any symptom, if it's 2 symptoms on the list per the Department of Health, one being a new cough is automatically a symptom to stay home. Nobody else would need to quarantine at that time. And what they've asked anyone to do, staff or student, would be to seek medical advice from their pediatrician or their primary care doctor, and then they would follow up based on that requirement and move through either any one of these 3 documentations. No, I didn't need to be tested. I have been fever-free for 24 hours. I've tested positive for COVID and then met the RIDO guidelines for isolation, or I tested negative. I've been fever-free for 24 hours, and I'm back to my usual health. That's if you're a probable case. I mean, oh yeah, symptomatic, but not probable. This is for probable. So this is where we've sent the individual home. Parents would pick up. We're asking them to come within an hour. Right now, there would be no action for close contacts until they receive results. And again, this is not Charahoe's policy. This is from the Department of Health. And the quarantine may be advised depending on the number of cases within the school and or area. But right now, there would be no action while they're waiting results. So if Gina goes home sick, no one is quarantining unless she comes back with a positive test. That's where they would become, I'll show you on the next slide, the different level of cases, which would be the positive case. So staff or student, then we get a positive result. The person who tested positive must isolate for 10 days. And that's the minimum. That's barring that the symptoms have been lessened, they're fever-free for 24 hours with no medication, and that they have improved. At that point, the close contacts are in quarantine. So for example, student or staff member go home, they get a positive result. Those that live with them, which is the close contacts who live with you, have to quarantine for additional days. So for example, if I didn't live with someone, I would just quarantine for the 2 weeks. If I do live with someone, I have to wait until that 10 days of isolation is over and that they're symptom-free, and then go 14 days for quarantine based on the incubation period of COVID-19. So that's where we were talking about earlier about the staffing situation. When we have staff who may be out for 24 hours, you could have people quarantining for more, and that's minimum. You could have people quarantine longer, especially if there's symptoms that crop up after. So you may go, 10 days in isolation, and then on your 12th day of quarantine, get a symptom, and now you're back into the 10 days until you're symptom-free. And that's sort of went right into the close contacting case, which is why when people have asked, why the 24 days? That's for individuals, close contact in the same household. There are opportunities where families, you could send, if you have the ability to send family members that are not sick out away from the close contact, but that's not always the case. And therefore, they would do the 14 days after the last exposure of the 10 days of isolation. So I also have Jason Sullivan on the line today. I'm going to let Jason speak to this slide in a second. We did the walkthroughs with the governor's team on Thursday. There were no impediments found. A couple of rooms, they suggested we add portable HEPA filters to increase airflow in those rooms. And we put those on order the minute they told us to purchase them. They should be here ready for the first day. And like I said, Jason's been, I know he's done touring with engineers in the middle schools. He's been in contact with all 3 vendors to be able to do additional air quality checks. We are in a very strong place with our PPE. But Jason, if you want to, I don't know if a committee member has any questions about the facilities, but overall, I know this has been the largest concern across the state. And Jason can sort of give you sort of the overview of what our schools look like, the 4 to 6 air exchanges that they exist. And basically, there's been lots of conversation around the MERV 13 versus the MERV 8. The MERV 13 filters are what you would expect to see in the hospitals because they're dealing with a lot of sick patients. What we had in Charahoe was MERV 8, and with what we're told is with the MERV 8 and the windows open, that it does the same job as the MERV 13. I know Vin Lecavort, our union president, has asked for additional information on that. I've asked Anna Riley from the Department of Ed and Kristen Danusis to forward me information from Dr. Bromage, who's had that conversation around the MERV filters. I've also requested that they put that in writing across to the districts because that's been the question, but that's what we've been told. So Jason, did you want to add anything about facilities before we go on, or just wait for questions?
So I have been working with our vendors and speaking with them about switching to MERV 13s, and it was recommended by them to not do that. That would put too much strain on our systems. We're not equipped technologically to handle those, and will cause more breakdowns, more repair, things like that, and actually do more harm than good.
So we're gonna move on, but then Jason's here to answer the questions once I've done all of the slides. So transportation, as I told you earlier, this is where we're getting very full, and we're at the point now where people are changing their minds, right? So families are like, well, I'd like to come back. So now we're gonna have to make some difficult decisions because, as many of you know, we've asked families to commit, and we're doing it on a case-by-case basis. However, there'll be, if it continues at this rate, we won't have enough space on the bus to be able to give everybody to school who needs a bus. So basically, in the past, Charahoe has simply publicized the routes, which they are up as typical on our website. And you basically would head to the bus stop that is closest to your home, and the bus picks up whoever's there. However, with the assigned seats, we are going to have to communicate now that Lillian has finalized, and when I say finalized, and we get those emails, she continues to tweak those routes. We are looking to then now pull from School Messenger everyone who's attached to those routes and who has an assigned seat to be able to see the confirmation of which route or bus that they've been placed on. It gets very tricky because there are parents who would say, well, I just want to ride in the afternoon. But if we ride only in the afternoon, we have to keep the seat in the morning. It doesn't exist that way unless you have one that wants the morning and the afternoon. And I want to tell you, it can play out as neatly as that, and it does not. So we've prioritized those who need AM and PM routes. But right now, anyone that has requested the AM and PM route has been able to be placed on a bus. But like I said, many of our buses now have hit capacity this week. And possibly overages if we continue to allow people to change their minds and go into a full reopen. We can continue to ask parents to opt out if they don't need the bus. That would be another option we could do. Parents who are getting very tight on busing, if you're able to drive your child to school, please opt out of busing. We could ask. We're asking that students show up to the bus 5 minutes prior to the scheduled arrival of the bus, that they wear their mask, and that they remain socially distanced, that the parents have completed the self-check, and simply on the bus, getting on the bus, it would just be, are you feeling okay? And everybody would get on. There's no temperature check or no required to be able to get onto a bus. And basically, students must ride the same bus every day, and they must make sure that they get off on the same bus stop so that we keep the pods as tight as possible. We will ask families for anything specific. The morning arrival and afternoon dismissal is very school specific, so the principals are taking the lead on that. The one thing is, typically in the past, you would see students getting dropped off at multiple times, at all different times. And, you know, if you came to the main campus, I'm told you would see students walking around the high school or walking around the middle school, simply waiting for school to begin. They got dropped off much earlier. This can't be the case for this year because that could be something that could push us away from full reopen and definitely impede on our planning. So it'll be tighter. The timelines will be shorter. I've asked all the chiefs of police from Richmond, Hopkinton, and Charlestown for their support for our first week of opening during morning arrival and afternoon dismissal. They've all graciously offered all their support to ensure we are practicing and getting additional hands on deck so this is smooth. Another reason why we're doing the partial for the high school and the middle school phase in, it gives us a bit of time each day to add more students to be able to review, to try to get the congestion down. We've spoken with the bus company and myself, Greg Zenian, Craig McKenzie. We've walked the middle school and high school, and we're attempting a different drop off for buses that will allow buses to do 2 different areas as opposed to 1. And we're hoping that that will remove congestion at the main campus. Everybody, even if they're distance learning, will receive lunches. So lunches, if you're in school, it's your typical lunches in your classroom for elementary and middle. And in high school, there's a plan to use the cafeteria and classes as well. If you're distance learning, then we have access to grab and go breakfast and lunch. They would pick that up in front of the high school and front entrance, 9:15 to 10:15 on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And there will be 2 meals that will be given out on Monday and Wednesday. So they will receive 5 days of meals. And this is the option is for all students in Charahoe. A little different in the spring, that they must have identification to be able to get their student lunches. And what that number is the student ID number. It would be the same number that students typically would punch in if they were in school. And a parent would just need to provide that. And then the meals will be charged to the student's account. We will be working very hard to ensure all our families complete the free and reduced lunch application. The more applications we receive, the more that comes to our funding so we can get compensated. That's part of our budget. Staffing is one of the concerns. We are still in a good place. However, as you know, as quickly as we start, we could have staff being out for a variety of reasons. We saw additional staff requests last week due to changes in the reopening plans of districts around us. An example would be Westerly had changed their plan. So our staff that are from Westerly now cannot work full days or cannot be available because they have little ones who are distance learning on different days. So there are things like that that are pushing our staff, again, not in a bad place, but we want to be prepared, which is why you saw the request for the policy change earlier this evening. We are working to provide virtual assignments when applicable as much as possible for our teachers who are high risk. And we are also, like I told you, seeing more families reach out to try to see if they can come back into full in-person learning versus distance learning. And this is where we have asked that they remain, but in the end, we won't have the transportation to bring everybody back if that is the direction and based on the current guidance. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So at this point, a lot of that information we have shared already in our e-updates and last week, but we know redundancy is fluency, and we have additional communications for families tomorrow that we will reiterate this again and some of the important things to know as we prepare for next week. But at this point, I'm ready for any questions.
Gina, just one thing. Earlier, we had a question from a community member about quantities related to the PPE, and you had touched on that in your presentation. Is that Excel sheet that you shared, I thought that went out to a broader group. Is that shareable and can that be discussed?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's in your packet, but it can, anything we purchase would be shareable. We have a lot of masks. We use the algorithm provided by, I want to say actually Massachusetts was a little bit more clearer for us to use about the number of masks we should anticipate and the kind of PPE. For example, gloves are not required, but we purchased because we knew it would alleviate some concerns with staff who, if they have to do something in the room and involving, cleaning up a desk or things like that. Also anyone who is assigned to lunch duties, we purchased a face shield for. Again, if they want it, it's available. We've added additional PPE for our special educators who require, our speech pathologists, OTs, PTs who have more hands over hands around. It's available. All the schools, Ned and Jason began shipping all of our district supplies that we had housed at district office to the schools, but we're in very good shape with PPE.
Okay, then any specific questions we can address as they come up. I see George and Donna, and then I do see Robin and Vinny as well. So George first.
Yes, could you explain the role of chair host physician in implementing this COVID-19 policy?
Which policy for COVID-19? The reopening?
The one, yes.
I'm sorry, Joe, I didn't hear it.
The policy and procedures relating to COVID-19.
To clean it, there's a lot of there's a lot of policies and procedures because we have transportation, facilities, contact tracing. So
I was specifically, perhaps you didn't hear, I was asking the role of chair host physician.
Oh, physician, Dr. Manlove. I apologize. Sorry, George. Thank you. So Dr. Manlove has been part of our reopening committee. She met with the nurses all again last week. She continues to provide us with the updates. We were in communication again today around finalizing. There's a new form that was put out on Monday from RIDE. It's after, if someone's out sick, it's the form needed to come back to school. So she was providing us guidance, and she's drafting us a parent letter that's clear about why and what needs to happen with this form. But she's been involved in the process since June.
Would she also be able to help out if a child or a parent couldn't access the services of a medical professional within the community? Could she intervene and actually provide care?
I could ask, but I do know that the state is providing location. So if they needed like a COVID test or they needed to access that, I believe there's one stationed in Richmond right now and the goal is to have parents drive no more than 15 minutes to be able to have a test if necessary. But are you thinking it more like if they needed access to like a pediatrician or primary care for other reasons?
If they weren't able to obtain the services of a physician, would she?
I can ask. I'm not sure about that, George, unless Jane knows.
Is Jane still with us?
I am. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I'll find out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Donna Chambers.
Yeah, Gina, lots and lots and lots of moving parts, and thank you for staying on top of this. It's a tremendous challenge. I had a couple of simple questions, I think, and one comment. I had an opportunity this week to look over the district's virtual and concurrent learning website. Fabulous, fabulous. And I'm going to encourage you and the staff to put on more resources onto that website. I do think parents may need some parents may need some support on this, but, and we'll talk about that probably. I think I'm going to put that on the next agenda. But anyway, I think the website is excellent. I have a simple question, which may be a stupid question, but is it synchronous when the kids are at home and doing virtual learning and some kids are in the classroom with the teacher? Is the teacher doing direct learning to both of those groups at the same time?
There could be a lot. So there are opportunities where they're synchronous, where the direct instruction is happening at the same time. And there's opportunities where you could think about it down like a rotation station where I may be meeting with my in-person group and then meeting with my virtual group. Teachers have the flexibility to be able to think through what's the best plan for them.
Right.
But you would be able to see both. But there'll be times, like, for example, where, you're going to have art at 12 o'clock. You're all going to have art at 12 o'clock.
Okay, so the kids at home doing virtual learning can feel very much connected to the in-school classroom too.
Yes.
It's amazing what you guys are doing. Thank you. Anyway.
And I have to say, I'm going to thank Jane and the teaching and learning team. They continue to come together and get feedback and hone in on that website. And like you said, the work is continuous. And what we've said is we're going to put it out there and try it and get feedback. We very much anticipate things going well and things being bumpy and then being fluid and being able to take that feedback so we can improve.
So feedback, real quick. Why don't you have a YouTube link on there? So much and a Khan Academy link. Maybe that's a question for Jane. I mean, these are resources that are so critical today to you and so available today to use for learning. Anyway, that's a recommendation.
Linda McAllister.
This is just a question. I know you know that I'm concerned about the air handling system. So, and I appreciate all of your information you sent out. Are there any classrooms that just are relying on fans or window air conditioners or those type of things? Are there any classrooms with that scenario?
Just fans, no. We have rooms that will have and Jason, I'm going to jump on you. Although I feel like Jason and I have been so much in line, I could then take up a second job as the facilities director somewhere.
We're sharing information very well.
Jason is a very good teacher, but I'll let you take this one.
So to follow up the question about fans, correct?
Yes.
So we're not relying solely on a window fan for circulation of air. We're actually, that's one of the questions posed to the fire marshals. Will we be allowed to use them being a homeowner device in the window? I have clarification on being able to use an extension cord, which is allowed as long as of the proper size and not ran across the floor to create a fire hazard or a tripping hazard, something that would impede that. Could you repeat that other question that you wanted answered?
It had to do with the air conditioners in the windows and you know those, what do they call them? Those single unit ones.
Yep, the air conditioners that were installed in the windows, we are also not relying solely on those to exchange air because they don't effectively do that.
Right. They actually use the same air, don't they?
Correct.
And they're allowed to have them for comfort. The AC is more about comfort. So, for example, if you went to Ashway, you will see that they actually made like cardboard so the air is pushing up. So if the AC
to try to divert,
they divert it so it's not blowing. But all of our rooms that we're using have the 4 to 6 air exchanges required by the CDC, as well. For example, in Richmond, in the basement, there are rooms that were that some of the faculty were concerned about. When we did our walkthrough, they showed us the rooms, and we could verify that they have air exchanges that filter out into the outside, and which do the 4 to 6 air exchanges, which is allowable, which is what they would say yes. The same thing with the air exchange coming in, opening windows increases the ability to flow, keeping the doors open. Mm-hmm. So, and the fire marshal and the police chief, so for a lockdown, have said, as long as they know it's locked, they can open the doors to have more airflow, but they want them locked so that it's easily shut in case of an emergency.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have Clay next.
Hi, Gina. Have we had our state inspection yet? Have they come through the buildings?
Yes, we had our walkthrough on September 3rd. We did that with all the administrators. We invited Tom Perney and Vin Lufwich to that meeting as well, myself and Jane, split up for those meetings, along with Jason and the team to be able to walk. We also invited every union delegate from the school to walk with us, and Vin and Tom were invited on that walk as well.
Any outstanding concerns that we have not yet addressed?
No, the interesting thing is they were also a new team. So one of the things, for example, like they had mentioned something in the high school cafeteria that was not the guidance that we received. So we had to email RIDE, and then we got an email back that they apologized, that they were misinformed, and that yes, our plan for the cafeteria was meeting all the requirements. So there was a couple of things, but not many. They found our, actually, I was at the elementary levels walking with the principals. They found our schools to be more prepared than the schools they had been to. They actually said that they were really impressed with the fact that you could see the collaboration among the 4 elementary principals to really be mindful of signage, distancing, classroom spacing. So they were really impressed. There was questions at the high school about the isolation room. It needed a HEPA filter, they believed, to help with circulation. So we ordered that. Things like that, like, oh, it would be better if you could. So if they said it would be better, we did it.
Awesome. Great
But nothing
news.
that would stop us.
Thanks.
Mr. Luzon. I assume I'm getting
Yes,
a motion.
yes. Yeah, I'm gonna make it. You know where I'm going. Considering it's 9:50 and I think we're just getting barely over halfway there, I make a motion to disregard our policy on going past 10 o'clock.
Do I have a second? Thank you.
You know, you folks didn't
Seconded
have
by-
to second me.
So motion by Craig, seconded by Linda. This is just to waive our 10 p.m. Cutoff time. Any discussion on this? Okay, I see none. Those in favor? Thank you. That's the majority. It passes.
Chair, one
So-
last thing, Chair. You know what they say, great
Different.
minds think alike.
All right, so back to the topic at hand. I have no committee members waiting, so I'm going to start interspersing community members as they come up. Robin, thank you for your patience. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Gina, thank you so much, and everyone on the hard work. I know this has been a very difficult one. I have a few questions. The first one being the concern about reaching capacity on the buses. Is that all busing, or is that specifically middle school, high school, or across the board?
So it's different buses. It depends on the route and where it's coming from. But definitely middle school, high school are filling up faster, correct?
Okay, great, thank you. My second question is regarding the Wi-Fi at like some of the schools. I know we have been, the PTO, we've been working hard in getting outdoor areas set up. And I know there was concern about the children being able to have the Wi-Fi access going outside of the school. Has that been handled, or is everything all set with that? Do you happen to know?
So it's interesting you say all set. We had asked our principals, those who were thinking about the outside, and actually Sean Cole is on the line, our IT director, so he could lend some information. It really, it depends. So for example, we could purchase hotspots, but we need to know what is involved, because for example, putting, with 1,000 students outside at the high school, middle school, between, let's say, if you put 500 out, we put 500 out, and they're all assigned spaces, that may not be possible. So it definitely, what we to start off the school year, what we've asked is really think about how we can sort of not always be on screen time and need Wi-Fi, and outside is a nice opportunity to be thinking about how we can sort of come off the screen to utilize that time as we sort of build in the best plans. And our principals were asked to sort of think about what the proposal would be for outside Wi-Fi. So, and Sean had mentioned he may be able to, once he knows what that plan looks like, give them options of what we could do.
And I could add, right now, there isn't going to be outside Wi-Fi available. But we have started looking at possibilities to add it on an as-needed basis. We didn't want to spend thousands and thousands of dollars just for a maybe. So we're trying to make sure that we're spending the money appropriately. We're also in the process of getting ready to upgrade internal Wi-Fi. And at the same time that we're doing that, we'll look to add some outside areas as well.
Okay, I just know that, you know, getting the kids outside as much as possible is something that was highly recommended, which, you know, I think is wonderful. And I know a lot of teachers will be teaching concurrently, virtual and in front of them. So that was just kind of, you know, a concern of ours as we're building logs and setting up space for them to get outside. So thank you. My next question was going to be regarding the staff levels at CMS. I know you had stated, Gina, earlier in your conversation that that was kind of a tricky situation. Could you just give us some more information on that?
So it was basically the majority of our requests have come from the middle school so far. And that's where right now we have a plan ready to go. So we're all set. But again, it's a moving piece, right? If
Right.
staff members go out, more impacts on family. What we're trying to do is create plans and be very creative. And we had a meeting on Friday, and I think we were very outside the box thinking about many ways we could be tackling that issue. There are some districts, as an example, I know Jamestown and Smithfield, because of the districts around them not opening, their staff members saying they couldn't come to work. They actually, I know Jamestown passed a policy last week that allowed their staff members to take students to their own school for the year. So that's not something we've looked at yet, but I think what's happening now is as staff becomes difficult based on circumstances, we have to be sort of thinking through the multiple ways we can ensure school can happen in a variety of ways. But we're all set right now. As
Okay.
it stands
Yeah,
today.
I know just, you know, parents have been, especially at the middle school, we've kind of, you know, of course, noticed we haven't received a lot of information yet. So we could tell that there,
Yes,
you know,
right.
some
And I
difficulties. We
absolutely,
understand, but
the two biggest questions are, I think, what bus am I on and who are my teachers? And that's where this is where, you know, it's crunch time and we know that. So
yeah,
you would never have gotten this typically the few days before school started, but based on the circumstances, what I know is everyone understands that. And
yeah, absolutely.
we're just trying to finalize to make sure that the moving pieces stop moving as much as we can.
Yep, understandable. Thank you for that. And my last thing is just on the cleaning supplies provided to all of the schools. Have they all been stocked well with the cleaning supplies? I know we talked about the PPE, thank you for that. But as far as cleaning supplies, is it just sprays that they're given? Could you kind of just give us a little bit information on that?
So every room will have well, if they have a sink, they'll have soap, obviously, and paper towels and the dryers, and hand sanitizer. They also have wipes. But we also know that the high school ability, because the students, that's the one school that is not as stable, which is why the state made sure it was important that masks are worn at all times and that we keep distancing. But we'll have the white. Jason, do you want to talk about the cleaning supplies that the custodians are using? Because I know they purchased these canisters of wipes where we fill the solution and they can be used. You can use them on several desks, but we also recognize that many adults or many students are not going to want to wipe down bunches of desks. So what our theory is, we planned for one wipe per student to come in and clean up their area so it's sanitized before sitting down.
Yes, and I'll elaborate on that as well. Each school does have an ample supply of disinfectant as well as degreaser products that we would mop the floor with. And we are also working on procuring another disinfectant now, which we'll have this week in 55-gallon drum, which we'll be able to use in disinfectant sprayers at night, in the wipes as well. as we go through the year, the products will change a little bit, but all the SDS sheets will be provided.
And Jason reviewed the cleaning materials too with Dr. Manlove to ensure that anything we were purchasing that wasn't maybe a name brand, but we could get access to was what would be appropriate to have students in the classroom.
Yes.
Kill bacteria.
Yes, because everyone is getting into the selling of products, whether it's wipes or a disinfectant. So I have any question as to the will it kill COVID has been pushed on to Dr. Manlove to make sure. And there's products we haven't purchased that we found that won't kill. So we're trying to be really careful on what we're purchasing, not only dollar amount, but will it work?
Great. Thank you, Jason, for all your work on this. I know it's been crazier than ever, so we appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And that's all that
Thank
I
you.
have. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Vin Lefkowitz.
Okay, so since March 13th, I feel like all the districts around the state have kind of been making planes while they were flying midair. And, you know, I'm thankful that, you know, the administration has been supportive and transparent. But there's one main concern that I have, and that's the air quality and the air report for all the buildings. Yes, we did have a team come in, but the one thing that needs to be known is that those individuals were not experts, and they're not in that field. So my concern is their recommendations and their suggestions, while they may be part of, you know, what is coming down from the state, my main concern is, have all the facilities have the HVACs? Have they been inspected? Can we see those inspection reports? All the vents, everything needs to be cleaned. I understand and I hear what the superintendent is saying about being flexible, and I agree with that as it pertains to the actual education. But speaking as the union president, but also speaking as a parent, I don't think the district can be flexible when it comes to this, because we only get one shot at doing this correctly. And I would be remiss if I did not report that if we're going to simply just say that the air quality and the types of filters and our mask protocol is going to do what it's supposed to do based on what two very nice individuals from the National Guard said, but are not experts, I'm hoping that the district is not going to just, you know, put their fate in their hands. Jason has been phenomenal. He has answered every single question that I've asked, but the governor gave all districts a month to get ready for actual opening in October. And I am begging and imploring the district and the school committee to utilize that time to make sure that the schools are safe, that we have all the filters that we need in-house, installed, ready to go before we start having kids come in. Because if I don't want to be back here in 2 weeks at a meeting, you know, saying I told you so, because my daughter goes to this school and she's, you know, one of the most important people in my life. And I don't want to put her in an environment that is not safe and has not been properly inspected. I know Cumberland hired a team to go in and inspect all the air quality to make sure things were done. And after those inspections, Cumberland realized, you know what, we're not ready to go. I am just asking this committee to make sure that you have uncovered every possible stone as it relates to the reopening. And I totally understand, and the superintendent has been transparent about it. We got 70% of families that want to come back, but I would wager a good portion of my right arm on the fact that 100% of those individuals want to send their kids back to schools that have proper air quality.
Thank you, Ben. Lisa Russell.
Hi. I just want to speak to the fact that we are representing probably the minority of people who cannot send our kids back to school. So I had a few questions. My first one being, it seems as though we are one of the few districts that is not offering a hybrid, or I guess that's saying the elementary is going for full-time in person. I've been hearing a lot of districts that are doing a hybrid for elementary and things like that. So I was just wondering why that is, because personally we would be able to send our kids if it were half the amount of students 2 days a week like some of our nearby schools are doing. So I was just sort of wondering like why we're not going that route. I know it's late in the game, but I'm still just curious about it.
No, it's a great question. Our enrollment is different than many of the districts. Like, for example, I know in East Greenwich, you know, their classrooms are at 26, 28. When I had those conversations with those superintendents that determined not to do it, ours are much different. So, for example, if you go to Charlestown, the most in a classroom right now, with our distance learning, and then if we had everybody back in, I wanted to say most of our rooms were at 20 or 22. But with distance learning, it allowed us to even reduce class size more. One, the Department of Ed has asked that we not do a partial. So the districts that are doing a partial with K-5 are no longer following guidance. But with that being said, our plan does follow the guidance, and it also shows many of our rooms are much smaller. The room size is bigger, but our class enrollment is smaller than most districts, where they have 30 or 20, 28, 26 in a classroom.
Okay.
In the elementary.
Okay. So I have two more questions, and they're obviously about virtual learning because that's what we're stuck doing. I would 100% love to send my kids to school this year if we could. But are there any virtual teachers in our district?
It depends. So we have some teachers who are high risk, who are going to be given virtual assignments because they're unable to come in person, but not a blanket, academy, no.
Okay. And then my last question is, I know in the spring on the website, I read about it, and an appropriate amount of time for elementary students to spend distance learning was a few hours a day. And now we are following a 7-hour school day and having to log in several times a day. And I understand, like what Donna said, it makes them feel inclusive, I guess, but it also seems unrealistic. It is certainly not easier to be teaching them at home, personally speaking, but I think that they're going to get burned out pretty quickly having to do a 7-hour school day at home. I think it's apples and oranges, and being in school isn't the same as being home. So I guess that was just some feedback and a question as to what changed in the spring where 3 to 4 hours was appropriate, and now they need to follow an entire day with the teacher doing both all day long.
So there's a lot of layers to that question. One, in the spring, we were all dealing in crisis, right? There's a pandemic and we're all doing the best we can. Students were not necessarily new to this work. Teachers are teaching from home, trying to mitigate all that, and then trying to find the balance. So there was a lot of conversation about this topic, and there remains to be a lot of conversation about this topic. And I don't think we have a right answer or a wrong answer. It's more about, let's see how this goes, because our teachers are now going to be asked to do something they didn't do in the spring. They're going to be asked to do, like you said, the concurrent learning, where they are teaching students in person and students who are virtual. That's something they haven't done before. So right now, as we begin that, what we're looking for is some continuity so they can begin thinking about what that looks like. It may look very much schedule driven right now in order for us to provide that routine and that ritual so students have that semblance of school and that they have times. But you'll also see opportunities as we move along, and depending on the age, where you say, okay, so now you have 45 minutes to work on this, and you're not going to be on screen, but there's still that sense of schedule. So I'm going to ask actually Jane if you want to jump in, because there's been she knows the conversations about this have been endless and still going on.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, Gina. They're not necessarily going to be on the computer 7 hours. For sure, they need to be able to join the morning meeting, because that's when attendance will be taken. So that will be each day for elementary. And then there will be times, and they'll be in one of the things we worked on with the teachers is for all the elementary to have Google Classrooms set up. So we'll have some consistency, and also to make sure that they list an agenda with resources, with a little bit different information than they maybe did in the spring. So we'll be more consistent across all of the teachers. But what you'll see is an agenda which will show specific times during the day when the student wouldn't need to be on, but it wouldn't necessarily be all day.
Right.
But it will be a balance, but it will certainly be more than it was in the spring, because just the schedule itself in the spring, we were able to shorten that somewhat, but it was also full remote. And now it's going to be different, because it is going to be concurrent. The teacher's going to be balancing the students in front of them in the classroom along with the students learning online.
Right. So I guess then my question is going to turn into feedback that it's still an 8:30 to 3:30 day. We have the longest day of any district, I believe, as well. And that hasn't been shortened. No hybrid, no really other options, regardless of the governor. So my feedback, I guess, is that it's still an 8:30 to 3:30 day that they need to be made available, and learning at home is not the same as learning in person. And although it is different in the spring for the teachers, I mean, the teachers are there now and the students are there now. It is the same for the students that are home, and that it's still gonna, I think, beat the heck out of them having to do all of their subjects all day long when they're 5 and 8 years old, for example. So maybe just some feedback to keep in mind when trying to make two plans. I think it kind of beats the teachers up a little bit as well. And I'm not a teacher, but I mean, got to be some sort of feelings there when people are choosing distance learning, whether they have a choice or not, and these teachers have to do it all and be everything. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Betsy Alvarez.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, hi. My question is, as a parent, I'm also a teacher in the district. I have a first grader and a sixth grader. And last week, the governor talked about contact tracing on her Wednesday address. And I have some concern about that. And right now I'm talking as a parent. Per her guidelines, they're only going to be tracking, kids if you're 6 to 12 feet apart. But my concern is that the elementary and the middle school, they will be having lunch together in their classrooms, which means their masks are off. So with that being said, their masks are off for anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes. So when you're looking at contact tracing, that all children in grades pre-K through grade 8 will be having snack time, will be having their lunch, et cetera, at their desks. So to me, our contact tracing, that's going to be a lot for the elementary and middle school, that teachers in those buildings and students essentially are close contacts with all the kids in those stable pods. And I don't think that, and this may be more of a state level question, but our kids and our teachers in the middle school and elementary school are going to be impacted. On the side note, I teach at the high school. So the high school, it concerns me as a high school teacher that we're not close contacts in theory based on the state guidance. But with the masks coming off at lunchtime and snack time, it concerns me that as a parent, we're not going to be told if a child in that class has been tested, or I should say have a positive case. Is there any concern on your end? And have you guys thought about that?
So for the contact tracing, what will happen in a classroom, you said they will obviously take their masks off to have their lunch, and then the perimeter is anyone beyond the 6 feet. So you would not be in the contact tracing if you're beyond the 6 feet. However, those that you said within the perimeter of the within that 6 feet circle would be what they considered close contact. And the Department of Health is providing every district with a liaison. So we ourselves will not be the ones determining who gets notified, how they get notified. It will be in collaboration with the Department of Health. And every teacher, as I'm sure you already know, will be creating assigned seats, and every nurse will have those assigned seat lists, as will every principal. And there'll be a tracking system in our portal so that we can ensure that we know who is in what seat and where. So if there is a case that comes up, that the Department of Health can assist us with the trace and who has to be notified. But you're right, we could never say to a parent, Gina was tested positive today, so that's why.
No, but my question is that when kids are eating, and hopefully they're not talking, but you have a first grader, my daughter's in first grade, they're gonna talk. That contact tracing is for a mask on, but when you're looking at eating and snack time, that spit can go a long way, and that's essentially what's gonna happen. That it's that the close contacts, it goes beyond the mask. I get it, the 6 to 12 feet. My kids are going to school because my husband doesn't have a job that he can take off time, and I'm a teacher. So, there wasn't necessarily choice for everyone. There is choice, but not for everyone. But that was a major concern that I had, that my husband and I had. And I think that's a major concern for teachers. Teaching assistants, I know, will be covering lunches. I looked at the ASHWAY plan, but that's something that I don't know. I think is being overlooked at the state level, and unfortunately, you guys are having to deal with. But that's a concern for me. Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you. I have Bill Day and then Donna Chambers.
Yes, Jana, one quick question. You mentioned a contact person in the Department of Health. Do you know how many other school districts or buildings that this contact person would have? Because I think this would defeat the purpose if the Department of Health only has a half a dozen people that are going to be contact persons for the school. Because I know how the state likes to promise you everything and then hope that you don't notice that you're not getting what you promised.
So did you say every district will have one? If they have, how many each one will have? I haven't asked, but I can get that answer, Bill. I don't know if there's like 36 or if there is, 12 and that they would divvy it by county, but I'll find out.
I was concerned that they say, well, we got one, but we're also sharing it with Wesley and Narragansett and South Kingston. That's my concern, that,
Yeah, no, I will find
out. Donna.
Okay. To Vin's concern, I want to be clear that these filters that were recommended to be 13, but now we're accepting 8 because we've been told as long as the windows are open, that's okay. But what happens when the windows are not open? And are we doing anything to see how we can mitigate going at least close to the 13 filter? Air quality is essential to this mitigation, especially when we're talking about the kids eating in a room with masks off, masks on. The air is circulating. So I am sympathetic to Vin's concerns about this. What are we doing about this recommendation for the filters to make sure? And I heard Jason say that the system won't accept the 13, but are we looking into other ways of mitigating that?
And that's what they told us. That's what was the mitigation, Donna, was the open doors and open windows allows for the MERV 8 to act like a MERV 13. That's the communication.
We can always open our windows, certainly not in the wintertime. I don't think, anyway. Have you figured that out?
Not yet, but that,
Right.
that is a great question. I think part of my updates when I reached out to the school committee Friday was that we have to be thinking about what happens when it gets colder. Right now, they want windows open, and we get that, but there definitely will need to be some other mitigation factors when it gets colder.
And rains, and any other factor that forces us to close the windows, then we have a situation where the air is not properly being ventilated, and that is a concern.
It is a concern, Donna, and we're working on every angle and aspect we can to answer these questions and come up with the best scenario possible for everyone.
Yeah, and we've contracted with the 3 vendors to do the air quality checks that have been talked about, just as another sort of review. We knew when we heard that the states was not giving us experts, we knew that that was something that we should ensure happens. So we're working with Train, ATC, and Johnson Controls.
Okay, good.
Right, and part of that problem is Massachusetts is trying to do the same thing. Rhode Island's trying to get all the same vendors in, and there's just not enough time in 2 weeks.
Well, we can keep our windows open for a while, but I don't want to get to the point where we have to close our windows and we still haven't figured a solution to this.
Right, and that's basically what, when the vendors come in, those are the kinds of questions that we've got to think through as it gets colder.
Okay, good. You're on it.
We're on it.
Thank you. Craig, and then Vin. I can't hear you, Craig.
So Jason, just a quick question. I assume it's safe to believe that a 13 costs a lot more than an 8.
There is going to be a price difference in an 8, in the 13 then to the 8, yes.
This is what's been concerning me since March. So this is just an example.
And
Thank
it's not just the, like Jason said, it's not just simply putting the MERV 13 in. You're talking about major
Electrical,
changes.
I understand.
Yeah, fan motors, belts.
Yep.
Yeah, valves. Yeah, it's not just one thing.
Thank you.
Vin.
Just a couple of things. Ms. Chambers asked about the closing of the windows. That was something that I asked the 2 people from the National Guard. I asked the same question, and they just shrugged their shoulders. So that was extremely concerning. So I guess I'm just going to ask the blatant question. I respect everything Jason's doing, trying to get people in. I just want to know what Charahoe's plan is going to be if we do not have these systems inspected by the 14th. Because again, from my position as president and also as a parent, I am not thrilled that we're just going to hope that opening the windows and wearing masks is going to do what it's supposed to do.
So Vin, we are working as hard as we can to get the vendors in to make the assessments. In some cases, it's going to take a week to do the high school at least.
Jason, what's the assessment that the vendors are going to do? Can you comment on that?
So they would be coming through as Train would do in the high school. And I've been looking at dampers as well. Are they working? Are they opening properly? So they would come in and assess each unit individually. Is the room's airflow to the expectations of the 4 to 6 times? How many times is it rolling over? Just an overall assessment, Ryan, of proper function.
Okay. And what happens if a room fails?
So it could fail due to a damper not opening and closing properly. You know, a valve is, an actuator is not working correctly, a damper is stuck. So things that would be repairable.
And if they're not repairable?
Then I believe you would be looking at replacing a unit, but I don't believe that to be the case.
Okay.
Related to
Yes, please.
your question, Ryan, related to that, there's two other options we have, which is the HEPA filter, which is something we're using to address the isolation rooms, and then also moving the space. So we could select another room that's better suited to what our needs are.
Thank you. Ms. McAllister.
Yes, this is just my opinion, but with the short amount of time that we have between now and when school is opening, I'm going to say it, I don't think we're ready. And I don't think we'll be ready until we get those air handling systems, those questions answered. I mean, we're dealing with children, and we shouldn't be taking a chance that maybe we're ready. Just my opinion.
Thank you. Further questions or comments related to school reopening? Mr. Luzon.
I don't know if I should be asking this right now. It was requested at the last meeting, but there was nothing in the agenda in reference to it. Do you know what I'm hinting towards, sir?
No, but as long as it's related to school reopening,
Yeah, it was basically, we wanted an opinion from our lawyer in reference to school reopening.
Oh, I understood. I do not know if John has rendered that opinion yet.
He was trying to get in. John, are you here? He was using his phone. Do you see, Sean, do you see? He's here. I see him. John? I believe that's him.
I clicked unmute on him, but then 2 seconds later he disappeared.
Oh, he is there. I don't know if he hears us yet. Oh.
Okay. Well, we'll circle back to that if John's able to get on. If you do hear us, John, as soon as your mic's working, just speak up and we'll get you in there. Mr. Stahl.
So I guess I'd just like to, I appreciated Linda's comment. I think I'd like to just be on record here saying my kids are starting virtually. We started with that virtual option. For several meetings, I pushed for that virtual option all through the summer, thinking that we weren't going to be ready. And even if we go into the buildings, all the parameters and all the protocols are just unmanageable. And it feels like it's just going to be too difficult and it's not going to work well. And we're going to end up sending everybody home at some point anyway. So I'm still there. Still in that same train of thought, hearing Vincent and Jason, everyone's done a great job. Gina Picard, I think, has done a fantastic job of trying to put all these things together. Everybody's doing a great job. Facilities and maintenance, Jason, we don't really know each other, but doing a great job. Everybody's doing their parts and doing as well as they can. But I don't see it working well, which is why I'm starting my kids virtually, as difficult as that is for everybody. I have 5 students in Chariho, 5 kids of mine in Chariho from kindergarten to 12th grade. It's not easy to start 5 kids all virtual, but we're doing that because I'm not confident with how it's all going to work out, even though everybody's that's involved in trying is doing their very best and doing a good job of it. So I'm echoing Linda here, and I simply don't think that it sounds like everything's in place where I'm comfortable with everybody going back in next week.
Thank you.
John should be all set now. John? No.
While we're waiting for John, George Abbott.
Want to know, or I'd like to know, who would be held responsible in terms of liability law if there was an outbreak, a COVID-19 outbreak, while these deficiencies in the air quality still exist?
So right now, I mean, we haven't, like Jason said, based on all the review we've had so far, we haven't come up with any deficiencies or any, the impediments have been like, you should, add a HEPA filter to that room for the additional air and air because it's the isolation room, cover that vent in the isolation room so does the exchange doesn't go back in. So even when Jason walked the buildings I think it was the middle school, Jason with the engineer, there was no one saying, oh boy, like our facilities, thanks, I think, to this school committee and previous work from Barry Ritchie and Jane, and they definitely have been kept up on the facilities. You're in much better shape than the majority. But what I will say is, like Jason said, if something shows up, we don't anticipate it being anything large, but the liability if someone contracts COVID, it would be, my understanding is they actually just put some legislation through regarding the fact that schools like hospitals wouldn't be held responsible because there was no way to even decide where you get, how do you decide where you get COVID? I mean, it could be anywhere.
Excuse me, is there a data, excuse me if I missed it, concerning the particulate matter in the classrooms as they exist?
Around the air exchanges?
In the air in general, I guess it's sort of proven that the more particulate matter you have in air, the more is more conducive to the spread of COVID-19 because somehow the bacteria can attach to the particles of pollution.
What they've told us is that the air flow will be important. That's why they advise us to keep doors open and windows open at all times to increase the air flow. So it acts in essence like a MERV 13.
Okay.
And we would add additional fresh air through the unit ventilators in the classrooms that.
Right, Jason's opened up all the dampers. See that, Jason? I remembered that. All the dampers are open and allowing extra air exchange.
Do we have?
That goes back to Donna's point to when the weather gets cold and freezing. What do we do then?
And honestly, Donna, I think that's why the governor really wants schools to open, is because I think we all recognize that this has become more challenging as the weather gets colder.
Do we have readings as to the air quality that exists today?
We do not have readings to the air quality. We have in the past, if you're referencing like CO2, things of that sort, that we have done in the past, and we've had no issues with CO2, things of that sort. But air quality, as far as movement, exchanges, no.
Do you have the instruments to do that, or would you have to hire someone?
That's what we're attempting to bring in the outside vendors for, George.
Okay, thank you.
There's one other element I'd add to that, George, and I think also for Vin's questions is we can answer the questions relative to the general airflow and the capability of our equipment. So we'd be able to say, yes, we can open the windows, we have operating sash, we can put in a HEPA filter that'll move a certain amount of air, and our air handlers will work a certain way. What we really need from Department of Health, which we've been working on with them, are the protocols in certain situations. And that's where we rely on their expertise, and that's what we have to go with. So to Jason's point, when we get to that place when we've got to turn the heat on, we're going to need their guidance on how many air exchanges are suitable. And then we'll be able to find out
Thank you.
Thank you. Vin, I see your hand again.
Yeah, I hate to sound like it's Groundhog Day or a broken record, and believe me, I am not attacking Jason or the superintendent, but if the district cannot show that the current systems are working properly, I'm going to ask the question again. How can we send kids into buildings if we don't know if the systems are working? All the other stuff that has been talked about with regards to the opening of the windows and adding the other filters and everything, that is an added bonus. But the main focus has to be that we need to know that these systems work. And right now we don't know. And that's where my concern, my frustration, and my fear comes in, because right now on the 14th, we're hoping and praying that it's going to go right. And I don't know. I said it when the governor made her statement to the superintendent and the other administrators. I said it tonight. I'll say it again. The governor gave us a month to get this right. This is the first time since the pandemic hit us that we have actually had time to actually prepare. I am hoping and praying that this committee will use that time to make the right decisions. I'm in no way trying to skirt my responsibilities as an educator. If you ask me, I want to be back in, but I don't want to be back in if I don't know that the system in my classroom is working properly. And I think every parent, every teacher, every student would say the same thing if you asked them. So again, sorry to sound like the broken record, but I just feel like I need to hammer that point home.
Thanks, Ben. Lisa?
Is it within the school committee's purview to make the decision to delay school?
That's a great question.
Because
We don't have a state mandate to start
we've had a good conversation.
exactly on the 14th today.
If there's somebody on the committee that wants to make that motion, I wonder if they're not making it because they're not sure if they can. So does the school committee actually have any say over when we open?
Did John get in?
He looks like he got kicked out, and we sent him a bunch of the numbers to try again, because he was there ready, and then he went off screen.
Okay. Bill, let's see your hand.
This is not an agenda item. We can't vote on it any way you look at it. It would have to be an agenda item for us to make a motion to do that. We've already voted to go along with the state's guidelines. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think you need to be a lawyer to understand that.
The agenda item says school reopening. So
Update.
Yeah.
Update.
Yeah.
Right.
So just yeah.
I'm
All right.
curious.
Before we start getting into the legalese of it, I actually think that under extenuating circumstances, the school committee is legally able to take up action and vote as long as it's publicly done. So I wish John was on and he could verify that. In terms of air handling, how have the other districts validated that their air handling met the criteria? I mean, did all of them go out and get these, the vendors that Jason's now trying to chase down, or did they rely on, the National Guard input and the walkthroughs?
No, I think like Vinny mentioned, there's a couple of districts, Cumberland being one of them. I think a lot of us, once we heard that the walkthroughs were not going to be what they were, thought that this should be an additional measure to help alleviate any concerns. To our knowledge, like we said, the 4 to 6 air exchanges, everything is working as it should, but to get that sort of finalized report that Vin is asking for, we're competing with every other district now that is attempting to do the same thing. I think at earliest, maybe by Thursday, but that's, with all, if all goes well.
Right. Okay. So there's still hope, if you will, that we will be able to have these individuals on site this week for the reopening.
Jason?
That is our hope, Ryan. Yeah.
Understood. Okay.
I think.
Donna?
1 second.
Yeah.
I see John's phone number. If he's there, I don't.
I'm here.
Oh, yay.
Oh, hey, John.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, good.
So
I apologize. I've been trying to get on for a while.
Well, we're glad you're here now. We have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
In terms of districts who have opted to kind of go their own way and not follow the guidelines put forth by RIDE, are they on legally sound footing?
Well, the governor's made it very clear that she's working with parents to bring legal actions against those districts. Nothing has been filed yet. I think that this will be kind of, this is uncharted waters, but I foresee the process would be that a group of parents would file a complaint with the commissioner that the decision to open to not open is erroneous, and then the commissioner would appoint a hearing officer, and the hearing officer would listen to the testimony, and the hearing officer will not be interested in feelings and guts and concerns and worries. The hearing officer will look for evidence from experts in various fields to testify as to whether or not the school has done all things reasonable in terms of mitigating risk. I think the 2 points that I want to make is, one, there has to be evidence, and two, there has to be, and the evidence has to come from an expert, somebody who is an expert in the field, and two, I think that the commissioner should, I'm not saying that the commissioner necessarily will, but she should look for the issue of reasonableness in terms of, whether the position taken by the school is reasonable. And I will, for example, use the case of Warwick. Warwick has built a very good case, or I shouldn't say a very good case, but they've made the best case that they possibly can. For example, none of the Warwick elementary schools have had their electrical systems updated in 30, 40, 50 years. They're, in fact, basically none of their schools, with the exception of Veterans Middle School, has been updated in quite a long time. And as a result of it, they don't have an electrical system that can support some of the suggestions that are being made to remedy situations. Similarly, Tollgate High School, if you've ever been there, is built into the side of the hill. One whole side of the building does not have, on the lower floors, doesn't have windows, they are interior classrooms. Those things that are, would be factors that an expert, I suspect, would weigh in support of some of the arguments that Warwick is making. Although I don't know whether an expert might say, well, yeah, you have to close parts of Tollgate High School, but on the other hand, you can, you should be able to open it on a hybrid model. Ultimately, though, it would be a hearing officer appointed by the commissioner. And note that I said hearing officer appointed by the commissioner, who would decide that. If a district refused to do that, the commissioner's ultimate sanction, of course, is to withhold funds. And I think that this is a particular issue. I think this is a particular issue where the superintendent, the commissioner and the governor will look for the right district to make an example out of.
Okay, so in terms of opening on the 14th, if the school committee feels that the air handling units haven't been properly vetted, can the school committee make the decision not to reopen on the 14th?
The school committee can make the decision not to reopen. The issue will be whether or not an expert feels that an expert in risk mitigation would testify persuasively that the school committee made a reasonable decision in doing so, and that the school committee, when they made the decision, had evidence that their decision was reasonable. So again, I go back to what I said before, that if the school committee wants to act, they can't do it on the basis of hunches. They can't do it. If you want to go down this path, my suggestion is that you need to hire somebody who is an expert in this field and have them independently look at whether or not you are ready to open and have that person indicate in a scientific manner whether you're ready to open. But at this point, I have not, I can't defend, I will defend whatever decision you make, but it's not a very persuasive defense if I don't have an expert in the field to testify.
Yeah, I think the argument being made is that the air handling units in comparison to MERV 8 versus MERV 13, we are adequate if we do some corrective actions within our school, but that seems to be unsatisfactory for some folks, and so we're seeking outside vendor opinion, or I guess more expert opinion, and that expert opinion might not be rendered or available prior to the start on the 14th.
And again, this would be decided by a hearing. I think this would, a group of parents would bring a claim again before the commissioner. I think that frankly, the group of parents would find a very friendly audience at the commissioner. And I think the commissioner would say, well, when you get your evidence, school department, you can come back, but you voted, you didn't vote on the basis of evidence. And at the moment, my concern is we don't have evidence to support the decision that we're making.
Understood. We don't have evidence that suggests our schools are incapable of meeting the air handling requirements.
Correct.
Understood. Thank you. Craig Luzon.
Hey, John, quick question. What are our policies on, how do we go about like having an emergency meeting?
The answer is that the school committee can have an emergency. First of all, you can schedule a meeting on 2 days' notice, number one. Number two, today is Tuesday. You could schedule a meeting for Friday if you so wished, number one. Number two, you can, something that is a true emergency, there's a risk to it. On the other hand, there is an exception in the open meetings law for emergencies. The issue is that I'm sure that you would get an immediate open meetings complaint from parents. And the issue that the Attorney General would have to decide is whether this is an emergency you could have planned better for. And, again, on that particular issue, I am not privy to, what the timeline is in terms of, where this process stands. I mean, I've been on the call the entire evening, or I should say since 8 o'clock. When I tried to unmute, I had a lot of problems doing it, but I have not heard, some specifics in terms of when Train, it can do whatever, if it's Train or whoever else is doing, what's the holdup? Coventry turned around one in 4 or 5 days, albeit with a different company but not with an environmental consultant, not with a consultant who designed the heating, who did the, designed the heating units, which is what Train is.
Okay, thank you.
So the vendors that we have engaged with and that they've given us some tentative date, we're struggling to get a confirmation. It sounds like the earliest that those folks can come in would be Thursday.
Thursday.
And that's not guaranteed. Okay. When are we going to get a guarantee from them?
So the guarantee to me today was as early as Thursday, as late as Monday. And that's for train. I've been working with ATC already for the middle school. And as well as they've been accessing remotely our systems that are under KMC control. So Johnson Control will not provide a written report or an written assessment for Charlestown. So I'm trying to pull in other vendors or other providers that will give us that assessment. That hasn't been an easy task. And one of the ones that we did call that we thought would provide that assessment does not do that. So if John has or knows of someone that John, did you say Coventry?
Yeah, Coventry has had an environmental consultant go in and go through all their buildings and make various suggestions about what, recommendations, both short and long term. Some of the short term ones are very practical things, like fans and filters and so forth that are temporary but are enough to improve the quality in certain spaces. Other spaces require, rebuilding the heating system. So that they've done it. The problem is I don't know whether or not they are, what their availability is. I suspect these companies are all very busy right now, number one. And number two, I will say they're finding people to do this is kind of hard because frankly, they're in some ways being set up for a lawsuit every time they do this.
Well, that was Jason's point on the Johnson Controls with Charlestown, but I told Jason the workaround with that is simply upon having that meeting, we would have Kathy take the minutes and then we would put back an email to them. Thank you for the meeting today. This is the information we received. Please clarify if we were unable to accurately portray this information, and then it would be on them, but that would be how we would capture that information. While they don't do an official report, us capturing the minutes and going through what was happening at the meeting is a way for us to capture that report ourselves. I'm not sure why they won't do it.
I think the reason they won't do it is because, frankly, they don't want, they don't want to be sued. And I will say that the contract that was negotiated with Coventry was very clear that if there are problems down the line, they are there was. The issues of risk sharing I will simply say, were difficult to resolve. People are, people in this industry are concerned that one could get sick, they're going to get sued because they said that the air system was safe. And I think that we all need to remember that the issue here is not absolute safety or not safety. The issue is risk tolerance in terms of, for example, we get up every day and we walk out of our houses. And we do that because we think that there are more gains in life and society and our lives by getting up and walking out of our houses in the morning, as opposed to staying in our house all day long. And it's the same, it's the same analysis writ large in this particular case.
Thank you, Lisa. I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to, for my own sense, to prepare for the parameters. John, did I misunderstand the governor and the commissioner when they said that schools have as late as October 3rd to open, so that without risk of lawsuit, that we do have some more days, some more time to get this sorted out? Or is that changed since I last heard that?
And the answer is I can't speak directly to that. I have not seen exactly what the governor has written for guidance as to deadlines. What I can give advice on is what the analysis would be if you decided not to open.
But Lisa, yeah, it was October 13th. So what she said, while she recognizes that people can do it in a staggered approach to make sure we get this correctly, her goal, unless you've opted for distance learning, is the a full reopening plan based on how your district presented it to RIDE by October 13th.
So then with minimum to no risk for that parent group that John was talking about, or a lawsuit, we have to October when?
I want to make it very clear, I'm not saying that it's minimum or no risk. I want to make it very clear that the case will be decided by an appointee of the Commissioner of Education.
Yes, I'm just trying to understand our parameters. Because we're trying
I understand
what's
that.
the back bumper?
And one of the big parameters is the person who would decide the case works for the Commissioner.
I'm sorry, but what case is there to decide if we're allowed? I'm just trying, I don't understand. Are we allowed to have grace until October 13th to work within our own systems without violating any of the recommendations?
And that's not my understanding. That's not my understanding at all. My understanding is that schools were expected to begin the opening process on September 14th. And they had, as the superintendent said, until October 13th to be fully open. But that you couldn't say, oh, we're going to move September 14 back to September 21 or September 28. That was not my understanding. My understanding of where we stood, or frankly, what the superintendent just said.
Okay, I have Sheila, Craig, and Donna.
But is there anything that says we can't start, like with distance learning, just do longer distance learning? Just start on the 14th, full distance learning for, I know that's not ideal, but then we would at least have time to be sure that the air quality is correct.
And again, my understanding is the expectation from the governor is that you will start to open the school on September 14th, not that you will decide to do a study on September 14th. If there is a valid basis for not doing so, that is that, the district has the scientific evidence that we are not prepared. Someone who's an expert, for example, in this field says, the school district's not ready. I mean, everybody on the school committee can have lay opinions. I can have a lay opinion, but I have to convince the commissioner with evidence from an expert, number one. But number two, I want to, really drive home the fact that the person who decides the case works for the commissioner.
But really, we don't have any expert opinions at all. We don't have, because the walkthrough was not any professional, real people that could tell us something that is useful, really. You know what I mean? I think everybody was kind of disappointed in the makeup of these walkthroughs.
I agree with that, but we need then someone who's walked through our schools and says, oh no, you should not open. You're not ready.
Right.
I hope we find that person.
Donna.
So the commissioners group of inspectors raised the alarm for us to realize that we need to pull in expert opinion. I watched the governor's full out reopening plan, and I understood if we are not ready to, we are opening school through distance learning, we can do that. We are phasing it in till October 13th. At this point, if the decision has to be made by this committee to just do distance learning from now until we can phase in and get the expert opinion, I can't see how we're liable for any parent to say that's a problem. We do not want to open our schools if they have been considered unsafe. It was the governor's own inspector, that's the commissioner's own inspector, that says this is an area of concern. Okay, and I don't see where we're exposing ourselves to any risk. as long as we are making every effort to bring in the experts to assess the situation. Anyway.
Thanks. George?
Quick question for John. Do the governor and the commissioners and staff have any legal liability for their decisions?
And the answer to that is in terms of whether they can be sued if somebody gets sick, the answer to that is probably not, because at this point with community spread, it's impossible to tell why someone got sick, whether they got sick from going to school or got sick from going to the supermarket or got sick from going to a birthday party or the mall or like that. I mean, there's community spread, which means it's really impossible to tell what caused a particular situation.
But if there was
from
an
a-
outbreak
again,
in
from a
conjunction,
from a scientific basis.
but if there was
Again,
an
in a lawsuit.
I'm sorry, I'm stepping on you. There was, if there were to be an outbreak in conjunction with school opening, like let's say that 25 kids in Ashaway School came down with COVID, God forbid, a reasonable person would draw the conclusion that it had something to do with the kids attending school.
And the answer to that is that you said in conjunction, and the legal standard isn't in conjunction. It's that attending school caused the outbreak or caused someone to get sick. And you would need and it's not a reasonable person. It's what a reasonable person would think after an expert told them that, frankly, we can't tell how people get COVID at this point, because there's the community spread levels are such in the community. That's why, frankly, there has not been a lot of lawsuits been brought. I got COVID because of such and such, because it's frankly scientifically really getting to the point that it's impossible to prove how anybody got COVID. We can all think I must have gotten COVID because I had contact with this person or that person. But again, an expert would say maybe, but maybe you got it from some other way from somebody who's totally asymptomatic that you
Patients
came
in
into
nursing
contact
homes
with.
did it based on their residency.
And I understand that, but the issue is the question then, though, is how was it introduced into the nursing home? And if it was introduced, it could have. I'm sure what the nursing homes will say is, we have no idea how it came into the nursing home. It probably came in with somebody who was asymptomatic. How are we to protect people from somebody who are asymptomatic? Something we can't see or touch or measure.
Well, if you have
That's
one
why I
that has it, 25 people come down with it, it's reasonable for a person to conclude that that person spread it to the other 24.
Again, given the widespread COVID in the world, I'm not sure that a judge would ever allow that even to get to a jury at this point, because it's, again, a scientist would have to testify, and that would be for a judge to decide as to whether you can show causation. And I'm just expressing my doubts at this point, and I would say my doubts are backed up because, frankly, the ambulance chaser lawyers are not running commercials that said, do you want to sue the person who gave you COVID?
Would that same logic apply to the school committee?
The school committee is always indemnified as long as the school committee acts in a good faith. And I want to assure everybody on the school committee that tonight you are acting in good faith. You are having a very healthy and thoughtful discussion about a very difficult issue for which there is no right or wrong answer tonight. So if, whatever you decide to do, you personally will be indemnified for that decision.
Thank you for that.
Thanks. A comment on this. So you know, we're talking a lot about like liability and all of these things. I think we should really, you know, center this back to school reopening and what's best for our students, our faculty, our staff. Jason, has any building been inspected by people that you would consider professionals and passed? You mentioned something about the middle schools in progress and something about Charlestown. So can you comment on that?
Yes. So, and even the high school, when that technician comes and I have an issue that I call in, and even though it's only for room, you know, D13, that building is assessed while he's there. He logs in with the computer and assesses the equipment. And he'll say, gee, I found this as well. Did you see that? Oh, no, I did not. And we make corrective actions within the building in addition to whatever the initial problem that I called in. And that is the case with all of our buildings and all the vendors that we bring in.
Okay. But has any of the buildings gone through this additional inspection that you're trying to set up now and tentatively for Thursday? Have any of them gone through that?
I'm working with ATC on the middle school.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get an update on that.
Okay.
We stand.
Okay. Thank you. David Stahl.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, the protocol or the process was allow the state's team to come in and give an inspection. Based on what we're hearing, they gave their inspection and said there are some deficiencies. They'd have to be corrected with somewhat informal or sort of some pieced together remedies, things like opening windows, which I would argue if John was in the room and we were having it out, you know, that's not a real scientific solution to the deficiency. So the deficiency in the kind of filters was documented and was told to us by the folks at the state sent. The remedies are not scientific, which are to keep windows and doors open. And we don't have a reasonable measure of confidence in those remedies because they're not scientific. So I don't think, you know, erring on the side of caution here as a school committee to say, let's give this a little bit more time. I heard Jason saying, I don't know if I interpreted what he said right. When he was addressing a question that Vin had, he mentioned that it would take a week for the high school. And Jason, you can speak to that. I don't know if you meant still trying to get that appointment as in Thursday or Monday, or if you meant once they started that it's a week-long process. But if that's the case, then you're still not going to have that answer for even a week after they start. So Jason, you could clarify that. But all I'm saying is, as a school committee, if we err on the side of caution and say, listen, we're going to give this an extra couple weeks and push out, based on what John's saying about scientific, the only thing that we have that's firm is that someone came in that the state sent and said, your filters aren't adequate. And the remedies, the remedies that they gave were not scientific.
I want to make it very clear that I have no evidence from any expert who would say whether those remedies are scientific or not. So if there's an expert who has consulted, who has said, oh, those are not scientific remedies, I don't know whether they're scientific remedies or not. The question is whether the remedies are adequate. And I need an expert who will tell me that, no, that's not good enough.
So until that happens, all we have is someone saying what you have is not adequate. And I think part of what the issue we're getting to is, are there enough people on the committee tonight that will vote to reopen next week based on this conversation? And I'm not sure there are. But Jason, could you speak to the 1 week until we get that appointment, or was it 1 week even after we get the initial appointment?
Train told me it would take at least a week to complete the assessment of the high school, which is why I've been trying to get them in here as fast as possible. All last week, I've been calling them every day.
Something I want to add to this too is Train, ATC, and Johnson are only going to be able to verify that our equipment is working as designed. They're not going to be able to speak to the MERV 13 versus MERV 8 decision that Department of Health weighed in on. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that we can verify our equipment will work as designed. The windows will provide fresh air. The HEPA filters will work as designed.
Right. Thanks, Ned. I have Craig, Bill, and I see a community member, Ron Bryant.
So John, are you still with us? John Anderson? I heard something.
I think yeah, I heard I'm, but
I'm sorry, was something said to me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, John?
I can hear you now.
All right. So the way I'm understanding what you're saying is we've met the minimum threshold to open school. We may not like what we're hearing. We may not feel satisfied that open windows is sufficient. Having 8 air filters or number 8, category 8 air filters is sufficient. We're not happy with that. But I'm hearing you basically, the way I'm interpreting what you're saying, we've met the minimum threshold.
And what I'm saying, Craig, is I need an expert to say we have not met the minimum thresholds. So, for example, I need an expert who will say, no, MERV 8, not good enough. Not, just not good enough. You shouldn't open your schools. I need somebody who will say that, who's an expert. I can't do it on the basis of feelings or, concerns or like that. I also want to raise a procedural issue, and that is that if that is the decision that the committee is going to make, I really think the committee needs to advertise that as a separate meeting. While legally you can proceed, I will simply point out that when Coventry had a similar decision and advertised it in a way that the public understood what was at stake, there were 500 people on the Zoom call, and there was an overflow on a YouTube channel that was broadcast simultaneously.
So one last question into meeting the minimum threshold, John. When the state sent around their National Guard, which, by the way, folks, National Guard people can also be engineers, and they can be, they could be technical experts in their own right, because they do have a private life other than being a National Guard member. I think you can see where I'm going with this. So thank you very much. That's all you got, Ryan.
We had Ron Bryant, I saw your hand up. Was it? You still with us? Ron? No.
Hey,
So
Chair,
unmuted and then muted.
Chair, do we need a motion to go past 11:30?
I hope not.
Okay.
I have to move it. Hold on. All right. So
Hey, I'm
Ron,
back.
can you?
I really do want to make it clear that while you can legally do it, I am not sure that the ramifications would be well taken of making a decision like this at 11:30 at night, when it has not been. I don't think that based on the number of people on this call, there's a broad understanding at what issue is at stake.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to make the point that what Ned had said earlier also, that these people coming in and looking at the systems are basically going to say the system is working as designed. And none of these systems have been designed to screen out any viruses such as the COVID virus. So we need to be very careful on how it's worded and how we're talking to people on this technical expertise on what we're getting back. The systems working as designed is not necessarily what is needed to keep the school and the students and the faculty safe. That's it.
Understood. Thanks, Ron. Bill Day.
Well, one of the concerns I'm having here is I hear we're talking about 3 buildings. We have 8 buildings in this district. Where are we with the rest of the buildings? You know, we've talked about the middle school, the high school, and Charleston. What's the situation with the rest of the buildings in the district?
So, Bill, ATC has control over Hope Valley School, Richmond School, Ashaway School. So they would also be looking to provide us the assessment of those buildings. In addition to the middle school.
Now we got the Career and Tech building, which is a separate school.
And they also, yes.
Remember that, in the Cala building.
Yes, and they also oversee CTC.
I just want to be sure that we've covered all the bases, that's all.
Yes, we've called in for every school to be assessed.
Thank you. Vin.
Just to kind of respond to what Mr. Luzon said, one of the members of the National Guard was a diesel mechanic. And one of the things that they have said to us, and they have, and this is something that I've been following at the state level with NEA Rhode Island, just to kind of give the committee a good understanding of some of these walkthroughs. At Smithfield, they went through 7 buildings in under 3 hours. A lot of other districts have been in the same boat, complaining that individuals who are part of these teams, did not really have proper training. That some were trained for a couple of hours here or there. And I respect Mr. Luzon immensely. The one thing that I kind of took a little bit of kind of a punch to the gut was when he talked about, we meeting the minimum threshold. Since I've been a part of this district, meeting the minimum has never been our claim to fame. It's always been expect the best. So I do understand that the committee is looking at all options, and I respect Mr. Anderson's opinion as well. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about is the safety of every single person who's going to be walking through those doors. And I don't want to sound like I'm not appreciative of what this committee is doing and the conversation that's going on. But at the end of the day, it's got to be about the safety. And if that should be priority number 1. So.
Craig.
So Vinny, I'm just going to respond back to you. First, I was not implying that Charahoe meets minimum threshold. I'm implying that the state is going to look at the fact that we've met the minimum threshold. I 100% agree with you. I'm going to be honest. I don't want my wife going back to work Monday, but she has to go back to work Monday as of right now. I want everything to be perfect, but I'm just looking at how the state is going to look at us. And that's the way I was interpreting what John was saying, is that we did not meet the criteria to not open. That's just the way I'm interpreting it. So please, I think you misunderstood me. Maybe I didn't address it right.
And I want to make it clear that Mr. Luzon is interpreting what I said correctly.
So, some general questions, maybe we can circle this back up. So with respect to what our target is for air handling, our target is what exactly? MERV 13? That's the requirement?
No, that's not, because it was on the checklist, which I know is misleading, because when I saw the checklist, it said, you know, does the school have MERV 13? So I immediately reached out to Anna Riley, the deputy commissioner, to say this, I need clarification, because if this is the requirement, this will change the scenario, the reopening plan that Chara has submitted. And she said, no, we're sticking by the conversations where they have put us on the webinars with Dr. Bramage, Dr. Alexander Scott. Dr. Bramage is a biologist that works for the UMass Dartmouth that has been working with us. He's not a consultant from RIDE. And basically, he says, MERV 13 better? Absolutely. It's the hospital grade. We're dealing with many, many infected individuals, and it's built to do that. I know in some districts they had asked him, you know, do we just, you know, trim down the MERV 13 to get them fit into the MERV 8 and then run it that way? And the answer was no, because our system's not built to run the MERV 13, and it will in essence destroy the system. So what we've been told, and in writing from the Department of Ed, you know, in an email, yes, MERV 8 is, the guidance is MERV 8 or above is to go. And if you have the MERV 8, you know, work with keeping your windows open the doors and the box fans. Now, again, I don't pretend to be a facilities expert. This is what's being told to me by the people who are working with those experts, or say to be.
Right.
But like John said, our facilities are in much better condition than the majority of the state, which is what I think is a good point that Mr. Lozano had mentioned, and Mr. and Vin Lefkowitz said, you know, it's not, Chara House standard was never the minimum, which is why your facilities look the way they do. And then, but again, to everyone's point, and to Ned's point and Ron's point, what is Jason's getting for us is that our equipment is running the way it's supposed to be running to do the job it's supposed to do. We're not probably going to get back, and we may see that a damper could be open more, or, you know, if there's something could be fine-tuned.
Right.
I don't think we're going to get a report that says we're not ready.
Right. So, Jason, you have a comment on this?
I do. And to Gina's point, the only official document that I've received is from the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning. And the guidance that we have been given from the state as far as increasing ventilation with the unit ventilator, opening dampers, opening windows, that is the guidance also from this group.
Right. So our system is set up, and all indications, all inspections of our system, the way it is that the system's operating as it should, and we're having that double checked by system vendors.
Yes.
And the state has offered additional guidance that says to enhance airflow, you can do these other things, which is windows and so on. The goal is not to hit MERV 13 because we lack the infrastructure to get there. If that's the achievable target, then we should just cancel school now because we cannot get there with the equipment we have. So the question comes back to this committee is there any reason to delay opening? And the question from what I'm hearing now is our systems are running as they should be. We've gotten additional guidance from the state. We're going to confirm that the systems are operating. So I don't see an articulated point yet that says we should delay it. There's concerns. I agree with those concerns. I have them myself, but I haven't seen anything that would cause me to want to hold an emergency meeting on Friday night in order to take a public vote on delaying school. However, I'll leave that up to the committee to decide. Sheila.
I can understand. I agree with what you're saying. I think that the way it is right now, things are okay until it gets cold. I mean, that's the other question. Yeah. I think everybody's kind of, and the other elephant in the room really is transportation. That really isn't completely solved, right?
So we're all set. What transportation as we stand. The issue will be is if if we allow the flexibility for people to change their minds, and we've asked you to commit to the quarter or trimester. But again, any decision for us to say no would come back to the committee, and every time, so if I know ahead of time what the flexibility is, it would become very difficult. Now, if Gina calls and says, I can do my own transportation, then then there's an equity issue too, right? Because I come from my transportation, but you couldn't. But we're asking people to make a decision, but we can get our kids to school right now. But if we start shifting those numbers to having more, then we thought it gets much harder.
Well, I do think it is an issue that, somewhere somebody's got to admit that you can't have windows and doors and fans happening for too many more weeks. I mean, let's get real. Come October, I don't know. I've trick-or-treated with a winter coat on. I'm sure you all have.
Agreed. Bill.
Just something to throw a little monkey wrench into people's thought of opening school. The governor has also mandated that all the windows of the buses be open while the students are on the buses in all kinds of weather.
Right, rain or shine.
Just so you people understand that too.
Awesome. Ned, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I would just add the perspective that Sheila just provided, and something we've been talking about and you're seeing in higher ed right now. I think we've hit that threshold of the required systems, PPE, resources necessary to open. And I think part of what we're going to be doing is watching closely what happens after that. Because all of the systems we're working on within the state are based on meeting certain thresholds. It appears we've met that threshold to open. But us, like others, we're not going to know until we get down the road. And I think if we miss the opportunity to open, there could be an alternative chance here where we're dealing with, well, we could have had a good 2 months until we figure out the heating issue. So it's another perspective to look at. We are ready to open based on all our planning. We don't know where we're going to be in 2 months. I mean, if there's anything we've learned from this pandemic, it's that. We don't know what's coming next, but we do know that we have things in place now.
Clay?
I just want to make sure we don't forget the basics, right? So outdoor air is good. Making sure that we delay the setback on the HVAC so it runs a little bit longer to clear out any air at the end of the day. But the basics are social distance, wear a mask, wash your hands a lot. I mean, if we're doing all that, we're a long way toward dealing with this. A better and better HVAC system is just a polish on the end. It's not the main way that you control an infectious disease.
Agreed. Well point. Thank you. Okay, folks. We have discussed this one quite a bit. Unless the committee member is having a motion put forward, my recommendation is to move forward with the agenda onto letter G. Thank you. Letter G it is.
Okay, so letter G is the virtual meeting security. It was requested by Lisa, and Sean Cole is in attendance to discuss the return to face-to-face while also managing virtual. And I had talked to Sean about, as you can see, we had some shifts in today's meeting, some glitches maybe for John hopping on, but you had to register to get in. But Sean, if you want to talk about what you're thinking about to get back to face-to-face meetings while also getting the participation virtually and those that have to participate virtually.
Sure. I don't have like a fully solidified plan, but I have some thoughts. I just wanted to figure out where you guys were thinking also before we went too far forward. As you can see, we had a little bit more security in this meeting with the registration and The public's all muted unless we unmute them. I think that's going to work a lot better. But as far as switching to an in-person and virtual combination model, think of that simply as continuing to use Zoom. I think we did some of those types of meetings before this all happened, like in those first couple school committee meetings where some people were on Zoom remotely, some people were in the school, and it worked okay, not great, but it was still doable. What we're kind of thinking we need to do is, we talked about this before, is purchasing our own microphones, purchasing our own mixer, purchasing our own speakers. In addition to that, we'd purchase our own camera. We'd set up a computer to do the video and live streaming the video at the same time. Instead of recording it, ripping it to a DVD, sending it to, the cable company, we would just live stream it directly to YouTube, and it would just automatically be up on YouTube. Could still use Zoom for the people who are away. The laptop could project them up on the projector screen. Everybody else would be in person, just doing things normally. Is that kind of the direction you guys are thinking you'd want to go?
I think that where we left it last time, that ideal state is to be in person with those who are opting to remain distant, fully able to engage and be heard and so on. I know specifically, for committee members who decide that they're not ready to go back to face-to-face, or who are prohibited from engaging in face-to-face, we need to ensure that they are able to participate to the full degree of the program. So I think the biggest concerns I have in terms of like microphone, that echoing and those types of noise amplification and those kind of things. Have you demoed having a group of people kind of spaced out and able to speak, and then having a Zoom system for those that are remote, and it's worked just fine?
No.
Been able to
we don't have the, equipment yet. So like we would actually have to have, like, to really have it working well, we'd have to have more equipment. And it would be similar to what we had priced this out before and then opted not to do it. And we started talking about doing it again right before this COVID hit. So then we didn't purchase it again, but we had set aside, I think it was around $2,500 to $3,000 to purchase the speakers, the new microphones, so that we wouldn't have to have the cable company providing that every week. So that was in the $2,500 to $3,000. It'd probably be in the $4,000 to $4,500 range to add in video equipment as well. We haven't demoed any of it in that aspect because we just don't have the hardware to do that. A makeshift solution with some USB speakers could work, and that would be significantly cheaper, but it wouldn't have that same full feel as for the people who aren't there and the people who are there.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to speak for the committee. My personal feeling on this, being in a position where I'm trying to, kind of manage multiple things. I think having people being able to be clearly heard and for them to be able to articulate themselves, it's worth whatever money is needed. And if you think that we can get there at $4,500, I'm in favor of that, because I think that I think we're going to need it.
Yeah, and the thing
I'd like to hear the rest of the committee on this as well.
And just one more note, the stuff that we'd be looking to purchase could also have other uses. Like part of that would be a standalone speaker that you can plug in a microphone or use a wireless microphone. The speakers in the microphones in the sound mixer could be used for other things. It would be kind of like a package that we could mix and match for other stuff. It wouldn't have to be exclusive school committee usage.
Excellent. I see Lisa and then Bill.
Sean, first, I think the security features that you implemented with Gina, clearly, it's been a more secure meeting than the last one, so that's great. Thank you for doing that. I think as long as we continue to advertise where families can find those links, once Gina pointed them out that they were right there, right under headlines, families were able to find them, but there's just there's a track, right, that people get in and they go to one certain source for information. If it's not there, they can't find it. So we just have to do a really good job of promoting or making it very easy to find the link to the meeting. Because the silver lining to all of this is the participation that we've had. That one of the best outcomes of this pandemic has been how interconnected that we can be as a community when we offer online accessibility. So to that point, Ryan, I agree. I think it's absolutely well worth the investment to the technical infrastructure for as long as the governor will allow remote participation in government meetings. I plan to remain remote. When she says we can no longer do it, then I will be present because I represent, right, our constituents. But definitely, because beyond COVID, if we can continue to allow the community to participate this way versus cable, we should be doing that because this is what we want. We have over 20 participants at every meeting, and we've had, as we know, as many as 120. So well worth the investment. Thank you for the security features. And yes, for as long as the governor will allow, I plan to stay remote and reduce my exposure to you and yours to me. But then after that, we need to let the community keep coming this way. It's working.
Thank you. Bill?
Yes, I've been an advocate from the beginning that, we're asking our students and our teachers and our parents to trust us. And if we don't walk back into this building, then I don't know how they can ever trust us to do anything for their kids' safety or the staff safety. So we need to get back into in person. And like I say, individuals that choose not to, that's their choice, and I don't judge them, and I don't plan on judging them.
Thanks, Bill. So, Sean, how long would it take?
I'm not sure. We start trying to move forward immediately, it shouldn't take too long. I can't give an exact time frame yet, as long as we have the funds or can find the funds.
Ned, can we find the funds?
The magic pot of gold that doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's that pot of gold is ever decreasing. Yeah, for this year, relative to meeting the need, we can do that because we've established money for the COVID-related expenses. But moving forward into the following years, we'll have to reallocate some resources.
Understood.
And this should be like a one-shot deal, like to get the equipment. It's not like it should have ongoing expenses unless we need to add some component to improve functions.
Yep, we'll be able to do that.
Okay. Then I would like a motion to turn Sean loose to purchase the equipment necessary in order to establish an ideal state for in-person and virtual meetings.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Lisa and Donna seconding it. This is open for discussion.
Go for it.
I see no hands. Discussion's closed for the committee. Those in favor? Thank you. Are there any opposed? Any abstentions or recusals? No. Thank you. I'm counting that as unanimous.
I guess there's some advantages to being late.
Yeah.
Are we gonna, Ryan, the virtual meeting security, is there any other questions regarding the security or how we sort of operated tonight? Fine.
I think it went a lot better. My take on it, I did not like having the delays that the school committee members had themselves. I think finding people and releasing them or their speaker and so on worked fairly well tonight, and having the co-hosts as committee members. I think that worked really well also. But did any committee members find challenges with tonight? I thought it went well. I'm seeing a lot of affirmative head nods and thumbs up, so I think we're good to go there. Excellent. Thanks for the corrective actions.
The return to the face-to-face meetings and as students and staff are expected. Are we going to decide on a date? That was the number 2.
Well, yeah, as far as that goes, I think that Sean didn't have a date. So I think I'm just going to leave it up to the technological readiness. Once we're in a ready state, I would like it demoed in some way so that it's robust. But yeah, so once it's in a ready state and Sean says it's good to go, then I think the next meeting after that we should do our in person and virtual.
Yeah, I couldn't say like, oh, next meeting for sure. I just has a tight time frame.
Yeah, understood. Okay, this brings us to letter H. And before we go there, I have a question. Are we, do we have any addition? We've waived our 10 p.m. Do we have any other, no, we're free to go until
2 o'clock in the morning.
Awesome.
Great.
Then we are up to the letter H, which is the efficiency study discussion and update.
So this item was requested by Clay Johnson, and Ned is going to provide an update.
Sure. Ralph, am I able to share my screen?
You should be able to. At the bottom next to participants, do you see a button that says share screen?
Yep.
There you go.
So what I'm showing you here is there's some publicly available information that we can use. One of them is through RIDE, has a lot of LEA expenditure information. This is one of the sources that we take a look at. One of the things, and I'm assuming the goal of the efficiency is to narrow costs as well as get as much quality as possible out of our spending. What I did is just a quick link to the data center on RIDE, which would be able to give us some of this information. My recommendation is that we use the publicly available information as much as we can, come up with an initial analysis, and then work from there, maybe towards some goals that we could narrow with the help of the committee. So that's what I wanted to share with everybody. That's my initial suggestion for an efficiency study before we get into something more costly or more time consuming. Any feedback?
Yeah, Clay.
I think that's a great start. You're looking at this creating budget norms, which is good for going into budgeting season. And maybe this isn't something that has to get tackled right at the front end, but I'm very interested in what is the burden on the taxpayer, not just the average taxpayer that we always talk about, but those that are on the edge. You know, are their houses small enough and their tax burden's low enough that it's a smaller percentage of their income and it's not a burden, or do we have a problem there? And the other category was equity. As we start to deal with students coming into the district and students in the different towns, how do the number of students and the cost per student change? So we're seeing a budget that's increasing, even though our number of students that are coming from the Charahoe district is actually decreasing. So some insight into that.
Bill?
The only concerns I would have with the RISE information is that I know they used to send out all this information, and it wasn't apples to apples. You know, in some cases, the school resource officers were paid for by the town. School resource here at Charahoe is paid for by the district. So if we're going to look at the RIDE information, I'm hoping that we look and try to compare compare the cost and equal type of services that are being rendered. Foster Gloucester at one time weren't paying for the transportation because it was picked up by the towns, and stuff like that. It can throw these numbers off tremendously, and this is what people used to throw at us sometimes. Well, why are we that expensive to run a school district down here when someone else isn't that expensive? So I'm hoping that Ned has an opportunity to kind of compare some of these things before he uses them as gospels.
Yeah, that's a good point, Bill. It's one example is Newport Area Career and Tech. They have a lower per pupil cost on the tech side of it, but a much higher per pupil cost on the high school side. So they happen to be another operation where the tech and high school are adjacent to each other. So there's a lot of nuance to those numbers. So agreed. We need to do some digging.
And Ned, while you're digging, can you do me one favor? One bone of contention I've had for years is Davies Votech. That's a state entity. Those are state employees that work the facilities there and the grounds, and I'm assuming not all the teachers. I just want to know how their funding stream works. I mean, are they being offset by the state? Just a question.
Clay.
One other thought. I mean, this idea originally came from the facilities world, where we would go out and buy a industry benchmark, for very little money. So the idea with this whole thing was trying to save the district $130,000 on an efficiency study. So I think it's worth, if we can get a flash drive or whatever we need of industry data. It's not just Rhode Island, right? When we compare Rhode Island to Rhode Island, we're just saying we're the fastest three-legged cat. I mean, let's look a little bit broader than that. And I think we can get industry data. I know there's national data on schools, but there's also industry benchmarks that you can purchase for relatively little cost.
Understood with that. We do have some internal challenges with Rhode Island, though, relative to our structure, because of the property tax, also because of the charter capabilities. School committee is a case in point. There are specific things about how Charahoe is designed that are going to differ from a standalone community. So, yeah, there'll be some challenges there.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things I'd like to hopefully be able to understand from this in terms of the value that we're deriving at the cost or at the price point. Graduation rates, test scores, those kind of things have that linked in as well.
Yeah,
Any further?
Very important.
Any further questions or comments from the committee on this? Okay. This brings us up to I, necessity of school construction plan. I'm sure all of you at the cusp of midnight are anxious to delve into this. I don't want to belabor this too much. Mr. Luzon, do you have a question, sir?
Can I just make a recommendation, Chair? I see what you're implying here. Can we just vote on transferring that money to cover the cost and pushing this off to the next meeting?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. We do need to vote on J. I would like to move forward with the phase 2A of RGB. We need that anyways for our 5-year capital plan. In the packet, my only comment to the committee on this is that in your packet, you have all the documents that have been provided to us from RGB. Those are, when you think of the capital plan, they've gone through and they've looked at what our capital needs are, and they've established, a projected capital cost, or cost to satisfy those needs. And that's just brick and mortar infrastructure type of needs. And it's topping out around 59 million. With respect to the options that are listed in there, options 1 through 6, those are just ideas to consider as far as changing the brick and mortar infrastructure and doing so in a way that maximizes the incentivized rebate that the state has put forward. Currently, without any additional incentives, we're at 61%. However, there are opportunities to pick up additional percentage rebate depending on the capital project that's engaged. And that's the type of direction that this committee needs to give to RGB so that they can complete our 5-year capital plan and submit it to RIDE and so on. So if you haven't looked at it, and if you hate all the ideas, that's fine. If you love them, I think the main takeaway is just simply if there is an option in there, whether it's one that's already there or something that's derivatized from that, we need to identify it and really vote on it as a committee to move forward and have RGB scope it out in full detail. So I would like to go ahead and table I, because I think it requires sleep before we kind of tackle it, and so I'd like to table that until the next school committee meeting. But I would encourage you to look through those options so that we can, honestly, I just want your feedback whether or not you want to keep the structure we have today, or if there's changes that you'd like to explore and make. Okay. So if do I need to take a vote on tabling it? No, right? We can just table it.
Chair, I move we table letter I to the next meeting.
Second.
Thank you. David made the motion. Craig seconded it. Any discussion on tabling it? And this is just letter I.
Yeah, I just did have one question about the agreement with RGB.
The contract with RGB for RIDE. We're going to take a vote on that.
Okay.
That's next. Okay. Yeah. So this is just letter I. Okay. Any further discussion on that? Those in favor of tabling I until the next school committee meeting, everybody promises to do their homework.
Aye.
You all had your hands up. Thank you. Any opposition, recusals, or abstentions? I didn't see any. Okay. That's a unanimous vote then. This brings us to letter J.
So this is for the contract with RGB Architects for the RIDE Stage 2 architectural services. I recommend approval per the memo dated July 31st, 2020 from Ned Draper of the contract with RGB Architects for RIDE Stage 2A architectural services.
So moved.
Thank you. So moved by Craig, and Bill, I saw your hand up. Is that for a question, or you were seconding that?
I'll second it, but then I have a state question.
Okay, so seconded by Bill. This is open for discussion. Bill?
I'm going to vote against this, and the reason I'm going to vote against it is that on page 3 of the assessment summary, it says RGB and consultants design team conducted site assessments and completed facility reports of all schools. They did not complete a facility report of Charahoe Tech. I brought that up at the last school meeting, and I didn't get any update on it. I think it's an incomplete report. I don't know why they recommended we spend $5 million on the career in tech, because they don't give us the information they give us on every other school building in the state. I mean, in the district. And they did a great job. I read this report. I really did. I read both reports, the synopsis of the vision. I read it through, and it's great. But I'm so upset and concerned that they put something in writing that they didn't do. So I'm going to vote against it.
Understand, Bill. And we did meet with RGB after the last school committee meeting. They are breaking out that portion of it and updating the report. It just wasn't completed at the time of this.
Well, they couldn't have been that busy. Because they knew I wasn't happy. with it.
Yeah, you made that note. Clay?
So I think what we're voting on is essentially a transfer of $32,000 to finish this part of the project, correct? And so
Yes, sir.
if I understand the scope correctly, they're going to develop 5 plans for review that are essentially the plans that they gave us, or derivatives or combinations or whatever, based on what we decided at another meeting, next meeting. So the timeline looks like it's approaching quickly. So I'm hoping that there's been enough conversations with RGB that they know that this isn't an open checkbook. This is another $32,000, and then we get our 5 developed plans.
Yeah, so I think in the letter that Mr. DeQuattro sent me, that's included in your packet as well. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, but it kind of outlines the scope of what they're going to prepare and to enhance that stage 2A section. But this is my full expectation is that if we stick with a 5-year capital plan where we're not doing massive augmentation to the district, we'll probably land right around the $300,000 mark as our total output to complete the obligations that RIDE has put forward. Outside of that, if we go with a brand new infrastructure of some kind, then that likely is going to go north of that. And I think that they gave some examples in that letter that they sent us.
Right. So my confusion then is we're saying that per their study so far and per the Jacobs report, we're probably in for 60 million, give or take, right? And then if they really do a $300,000 to $500,000 engineering study, that would be 1% of the new build. So now we're talking another 30 million. So if we're talking about $80–100 million, that's too rich for my blood on this, given demographics are going down, given virtual learning, and given that Barry Ritchie said we could take every charter school student and put him back in our current school without any additional cost. That's my concern. So I'm okay with another 32,000, but if that is a direct admission that we're going to burn through $200,000 after that, I'm out.
Understood. Mr. Luzon?
Clay, just remember one thing. I understand exactly where you're coming from. I really do. Do we need new brick and mortar? Not necessarily, but a bunch of our elementary schools are really starting to get old. Just remember that. I mean, this is looking 30 years out.
No, so they're not looking 30 years out. That's my point. They're looking 5 years out. And I've already said, look, we probably need another 60 million. I'm saying we don't need another 100 million. So, I guess it's how rich your blood is, right?
Well,
so let me pose a question to Ned. In terms of our engagement on this, my understanding is, this next stage is needed for us to continue down the path to our 5-year capital plan obligations. After this, or during this, it's really up to this committee to establish the overall scope in terms of what that plan entails, and it is prioritized in. I don't anticipate us spending, $60 million over the next 5 years. So, but to Clay's point, it is if this committee votes that we want to put in a new building, and it's of the $100 million price tag, right? Then the expectation would be that RGB would facilitate that, and we could expect the cost associated with that to go greater than the approximate $300,000 price tag.
Correct.
Right. But it would need a vote of affirmation from this committee.
Correct. And I think a valid way to look at it financially is whether it's in the $5 million end of the range or the $50 million end of the range, RIDE makes us go through this process to say, we'll give you 60% of what you decide as a community to spend, but we want your assurance, meaning RIDE wants your assurance that it's what you want as a community. And for that engineering, for that proof of concept, they'll give the 60%. So, I think that's a way to look at the value of engaging RGB and the cost of the project.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, it does. And ultimately, it's going to be on this committee's shoulders to decide whether or not we want to proceed with something a bit more than what's identified in terms of brick and mortar already. Mr. Abbott.
The building committee actually decided who would do the architectural service and design for the 2010 project. I'm not sure why we're sort of jumping over the building committee in regards to this proposed project.
That building committee was dissolved a year after completion of the 2010 project. There was no longer a building committee anymore. Then there was another one created for the new Cala building, and even a year after that, it just dissolves. So we right now do not have a building committee.
But
however, if we decided to move forward with some construction, we would have to have a building committee established or reestablished.
But the building committee actually hired, I believe it was RGB for the 2010 project. It wasn't,
we had Castle
wasn't hired at this stage. It was done differently.
Yeah, I'm sorry. RGB is not hired to provide 100% engineering scope and design of a final project plan at this stage. They're being hired to shepherd us through the RIDE obligations and in establishing our 5-year capital plan.
Will the building committee, if there ever is one, decide whether or not to hire RGB if they bid? Will there be
the building committee? Yeah, we'd have to go out to bid. The architectural firm that lands any capital project would have to go out to bid according to the rules associated with that, right? We wouldn't just default to somebody.
Would the building committee be established at that point?
It would have to be if it was going to be a new construction of some kind.
Or chair, we take whoever we have on contract. I mean, before Castle Booze was on contract doing just what RGB's doing now, and then we kept them on for the 2010.
Right.
But it went out to bid.
Yes, and we chose.
Yeah, I think we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I understand your questions on that. I just I don't know the exact answer to it. I know that we'll have to engage in if we decide to engage in a capital project that requires new brick and mortar. We'll have to establish a building committee to do so. And at that point in time, we'll look at what the state requirements are for contractor firms or contractual firms. Okay, further discussion on this. We have a motion and a second to approve per the memo, the contract with RGB, stage 2A. Those in favor of the approval? Thank you. Those opposed? Thank you. I have 3 opposed. George, Clay, Bill. Are there any abstentions? Any recusals? Okay, I'm counting that as 8-3 then. This brings us to consent agenda items. Who needs what pulled?
K1, Chair.
K1. Anything else needing to be pulled? I'm not seeing any. All
Chair,
right.
I make a motion
sir.
to move the remainder.
Thank you. A motion by Craig, seconded by Donna to move the remainder. Those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions or recusals? Count that as unanimous. Thank you. This brings us to K1.
Chair, I make a motion to accept the donation from Jennifer Clark and family of 300 breakaway lanyards for Hope Valley School students.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded by Linda Lyle. This is open for discussion. No discussion. Those in favor? Thank you. It's unanimous. This brings us to reports.
Okay. So our first is audit subcommittee. The drafts of the minute were in your packet. Ned, any follow-up or questions for Ned about the audit subcommittee? Ned, do you have any addition?
Nobody wants to talk about audits at midnight?
Okay. No questions.
I'm not seeing anybody from the committee putting a hand up, so I think we're good.
Okay, so then I'll move on to the superintendent's report for opening convocation. We had that Friday was our first convocation, and Jane gave me the great idea to videotape that. So barring any glitches, which we did, I did dedicate the convocation to the memory of Barry J. Ritchie. Again, I feel honored and blessed to have the ability to be a part of the Charahoe community. The team has been excellent. Teachers, admin team, school committee, everyone has been very supportive, the families and the outreach. I continue to be excited to be there and tried to tell the convocation stories that I thought would be inspiring to our faculty. Nancy Perney helped me with the video at the end. And we just hope you had a chance to watch it. I sent all the school committee the link. It was a private link because we had students' photos in it, but I thought you would like to get a glimpse of that. So you should have all seen that. And then we have our upcoming events. This week is our state professional development days, which Jane had done a nice job organizing along with the principals to ensure that we are ready to open for next week. We've also embedded lots of planning time so our teachers can be prepared, knowing that we are doing something very different than we did in the spring. First day of school is 9/14, and the middle school has the open house scheduled, virtual open house for next week, as many of the other teams are finalizing. Our elementary schools, many of them held K orientation virtually last week, but those dates have been updated in the calendars. And we will continue to provide you those updates as we get them.
Thank you. This brings us to school committee requests for future agenda items or legal opinions. I see a lot of hands. I'm going to go Clay, George, Donna. Clay?
So I'd like to request that we talk about a policy that would forbid the school committee from spending money to engage in the elections. And this sounds so bizarre, but Johnston School Committee just spent money in a Democratic primary in Johnston, which I think is beyond the pale and they shouldn't be doing it. And so when I checked out with the Board of Elections, apparently it's not against campaign finance law. And he said if you want to prevent it, you have to have a policy against it. So I'd like to talk about that.
Policy to prevent campaign contributions from school committee.
No.
Okay.
My specific
I'm
issue
sorry.
is,
Please restate it. I know what you said, but I fumbled it.
yeah, no, my goal is not to prevent you as a person, it's to prevent us spending public money in a campaign. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I'm on board. I got that. I'm very supportive of that as well.
It's a little
Mr.
late.
Abbott.
Yes, a budget summary from the finance director.
I'm sorry, what
A
summary?
budget
from
summary
Finance Director?
from the finance
Budget.
department.
Okay. Okay. Donna?
Yeah, I was going to suggest some discussion in looking into technology support for parents that are fumbling with all of the having to do the quick learn. Just to talk about what support technology-wise we're giving to the parents to help the kids.
That's a great idea.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
I'd just like to state that my 17-year-old cat has shown great interest in this meeting.
That's awesome.
Are you
All
ready?
right.
Yeah.
If there's nothing else, this brings us to the 12th item. Oh, Donna, do you have something else?
Do we just have, we have to make sure that the item that was moved or is put back on the agenda?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that was, but
All right,
you know,
that's it. All right.
if not, then Gina, please have that posted for the 22nd.
Yeah. That's it.
Vin,
You
I
ready,
see your
Jim?
hand up. Hold on a second, Craig. Vin Lefkowitz has his hand up.
Yeah, I just want some clarification. So I need to report to my members what's going on. So is it the committee's position that school will open on the 14th, even though the buildings will not be fully inspected? And if so, who should I have them direct their emails to? Because I'm sure there's going to be a ton of them.
The school committee has voted to, not tonight, but previously, to open on the 14th, and there's been no change to that opening date from tonight.
So
and you can.
So obviously the members that expressed concerns earlier, I don't know if it was Mr. Anderson or not, but all the opinions have changed and everybody on the committee is in 100% agreement that the schools are totally safe for us to go into. So that's what I can report to my members.
That's not what you can report to your members. You can report to them the dialogue that transpired this evening, or that you can direct them to this video recording to hear what the members themselves have echoed in this conversation.
Okay.
Thanks, Ben.
Yep.
Okay, I believe we're on to item 12.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Craig, seconded by Linda McAllister. Any further discussion on this? Any further discussion? Any discussion? Good night, everybody. I vote in favor. Thank you. I'm counting that as unanimous.
Good night,
Well done, everybody.
everyone.